Here. Associated justice. I was very you as the was example of legal operation. And its results. As one of we handle cases that include criminal law, administrative law, contract law, fiscal law, and international law, among others. You only need to pivot on next notice between these areas. No person can be expected to be an expert in all of these areas, so you would need to quickly come up to speed on new areas of law again. Be prepared to provide practical principle now. So patient. Has to ensure that the steps are taken so that all subsequent cases all the logistics and necessary resources are
put in place. The military judge and other lawyers raved about Jerry's performance. I will conclude by simply stating that the temperament, intellect, and judgment that I saw Jerry Parisella exhibit in Iraq is the temperament, intellect, and judgment that will serve him and the Commonwealth well in his new role as a district court judge. I urge you to confirm his appointment to the bench as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very well said. And your next witness, we're going to call. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Devaney.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Your testimony will mean a lot to me because this is the first time in my tenure that we've had someone who was an attorney in the military. And I was just wondering what kind of cases that he had and what responsibility did he have? Did he have someone over him, and where were you in this rank?
So I was what was called the command judge advocate. So I was the senior military attorney for the medical task force, the 804th Medical Brigade in Iraq. Jerry reported to me he was his title was Deputy Command Judge Advocate / Trial Counsel. So he was responsible for actually managing, well, certainly he had that sexual assault case, and that was the one trial that we had while we were in Iraq. There were a couple others that came pretty close, but ended up being resolved before trial. Most of his work, and my work for that matter too, because there was a fair amount of overlap, was in the areas of administrative law, which in the military really crosses over into things that we would think of in a civilian setting as being civil law. or internal investigations within courtroom, that type of thing. So he would either advise investigating officers on cases when necessary, when they were conducting the investigations, and then advise the commanders on appropriate resolution of those matters, whether there was any finding of wrongdoing that needed to be addressed or not. And then, of course, there were times, the military also relies on that process to actually dispose of criminal cases sometimes, or cases that we would think of in the civilian setting as being criminal, because they can be much more efficiently dealt with through the administrative law process, as opposed to criminal law process in the military, and still end in the same result.
So this was the only case that came up when you served?
That was the only trial we had, the only criminal trial we had. We had another case in which, and that was during the time that we were in Iraq. Beyond, you know, outside of that, I'm sure he had other experiences, but during our time together in Iraq, that was the sole trial we had. And I will say it's a fairly unique situation to have a trial at that time in theater. So the U.S. was drawing down resources, so they had shut down courtrooms. They were no longer trying cases like they did previously. So they said, so we had to actually, that's why he had to fly to Kuwait and things like that.
So how many lawyers who were in the military in this unit to?
So our specific unit, which was the medical brigade, had, I will say, 2.5 lawyers. So Jerry, me, and there was another lawyer who joined us midway. But we were surrounded and worked with, I don't know, hundreds of lawyers, probably. There's probably 100 lawyers in Iraq when we were there that we worked with to support our higher headquarters, which was the 18th Airborne Corps at the time, and they were in charge of U.S. Forces Iraq. And so we fell into their legal departments, who worked with them on cases.
Well, thank you. You're a very good unit, because I looked to the witness to tell me what you know about this nominee. And this is kind of an area that we really haven't heard about. So that was very educational. And I am particularly interested, my husband's sister was a flight nurse, and she was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. And she was in Vietnam with the Marines, the name. And she was right on the battlefield with those wounded, and she had most of it. You see the Bronze Star, and we buried her last year at Bourne. So I really am very interested in this area, because I've never heard of it. I know that there's lawyers, and I've seen it in the movies, you know. But thank you. That was very.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your sister service.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to call Angel Rodriguez, Assistant General Manager of the MBTA, former legislative aide to Jerry Parisella. How are we doing with the slowdowns?
We're almost there. We only have 2 more.
We had a lot of questions about those.
I'm happy to answer them. I'll bring the general manager with me.
He gave me a tea.
I can get you an O. I'll make a note of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the council, my name is Angel Donahue Rodriguez, and I'm honored to testify today on behalf of State Representative Jerry Parisella to be an Associate Justice. I've had the privilege of calling Jerry a boss for 7 years, a mentor, and more importantly, a friend. He would be an excellent jurist for many reasons, but most importantly, his temperament, his kindness, and commitment to public service are the things that stand out for Jerry. His love of his family, his country, and being a great dad to his daughter, Sophia. He's an incredible boss in many ways, continues to be, to his staff members that are here today, and an adoring member of the family. I have seen Jerry in countless occasions in front of constituents be unflappable in difficult circumstances, whether it be a difficult piece of legislation that we would be navigating, such as gun laws, or a tax vote related to transportation when I first became a staffer in 2012. That level of skill sets to be able to deal with difficult circumstances in a senior center or stand in front of many people that sometimes have contentious issues speaks to his ability to be impartial and fair and listen to all people, which is an important quality to be an associate justice. I cannot think of a more qualified individual from a character perspective than Jerry Parisella to be an associate justice. And I think that the governor has made an excellent decision in that regard. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to taking any questions should you may have any.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, go ahead, Councilor Devaney.
Thank you for coming. This means a lot. Tell me, how do you feel that being a legislator is a great quality for this nominee to get to the bench?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilor. So in order to be an effective legislator, you need to have the ability to be able to bring people to the table and to listen and be fair-minded and open-minded from people from all walks of life that have differences of opinion. And his ability to be impartial is crucial to be a member, to be a judge. And I often joke to them when I was his aide that, you know, he has a temperament to be a judge, and coincidentally happens to be here today. And I actually wrote that on my going away letter for him. And so I think that the ability to be impartial and to listen to other people and to be fair-minded is the quality that I think is necessary.
What do you feel is the greatest attribute that he brings to the bench?
I would say his love of country and service. Someone that's committed to the rule of law, and someone that's committed to be able to be thoughtful. And those are the qualities I would say he brings to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And that ends the testimony of those in favor of the nominee. We're going to start by asking, is there anybody here in opposition? Good thing the legislature's out of session, huh? Sort of been a problem, huh? Hearing none, we're going to close that, and the floor is yours to your statement.
Dear Chairman Kennedy, you reminded me, I screwed up. I was supposed to, my mom was gonna, she really wanted to come, but because of the travel and stuff like that, she's 89 years old.
Come back in March or something. Is that a better time for her?
So yeah, so she sends her regards, and my daughter Sophia is living in Alabama. She'll be home next week, but I told her to watch the live stream. So Sophia, if you're watching, I love you.
I'm sure they're both very proud.
Thank you. I'm getting old. I got to wear these. Sorry. Esteemed councilors, thank you for the opportunity to prepare before you and discuss my nomination to be an associate justice of the district court. To you, thanks for your valuable public service doing this important work, including vetting judicial nominees. I also want to thank the JNC and their volunteer work to review nominees. I want to thank Valerie McCarthy and the Governor's Council staff for guiding me through this process, and really appreciate the Governor's legal team of Paige and Dara helping me navigate the judicial nominating process. Of course, I want to thank Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for the confidence in me to serve on the bench. It truly is an incredible honor to be considered for this position. Frankly, this is the American dream come true, as it was hard for me to believe that I'd be in this position growing up. I come from a family of 5 children. My dad was a construction worker operating heavy equipment such as bulldozers and backhoes. My mom raised us and then went to work at Sears in the home and garden department. My dad was often laid off in the winter when work slowed down and took odd jobs to help pay the bills. Not quite sure what I wanted for a career. I took classes at North Shore Community College, then went to work at the old coal-burning power plant in Salem, serving as a laborer, removing and installing insulation, including asbestos, from piping throughout the power plant. I also would suck up fly ash from the large coal burner during maintenance shutdowns. It was hot, tough duty, but gave me a sense of the value of working hard for your money. It did inspire me to further my education, eventually saved enough money to pay my way through Emerson College and later law school. My professional career after college included working as a newspaper reporter for several years, then getting hired as a press secretary for a local congressman. These were great experiences where I had a lot of interaction with the public, including helping constituents deal with a variety of issues they face. Although I enjoyed this work, I felt I needed to do something that would have greater meaning, and had always been inspired by those who I met who served in the military. I found their stories about service fascinating and inspirational. Meeting them convinced me that I should do my part to serve the country, so I shipped off to Army basic training in 1994 at the age of 30. While I was on the older side, to say the least, I took pride in keeping up with the younger soldiers, was named the honor graduate at the Army's Defense Information School. After coming home, I enrolled in law school and upon graduation was hired to work for the City of Beverly's Law Department. However, that job would have to wait as I received orders to deploy to Bosnia. Unfortunately, this came at the same time as I was studying for the bar exam, so I grabbed my books and brought them with me to Fort Benning, Georgia. During the day, I learned how to avoid landmines and snipers, and at night studied torts, contracts, and constitutional law. I was afforded a 3-day pass in July and flew home and took the bar exam. Then the next day, hopped on a plane headed for my deployment to Bosnia. Thankfully, I found out a few months later I passed the bar exam. Actually, my brother Joe faxed me that, and I started screaming. They thought there was incoming rounds or something, but it was just me screaming that I passed the bar exam. My legal career included working with the City of Beverly Law Department. After several years, I went into private practice with the small law firm Alexander and Femino. This gave me the opportunity to practice in a number of areas of the law, including handling criminal and civil cases in the district court. A number of my clients were facing criminal charges for the first time, so it gave me an appreciation of dealing with people during some of their most challenging times. I also was called up for an active duty tour with the Army handling court-martial appeals. The military has a similar appellate system as we do, as appeals first go to a 3-member appellate court and then the military's version of the Supreme Court called the Court of Appeals for the Armed Forces. I worked on a number of matters that were headed for these appeals. Although I had never handled these type of cases before, quickly assimilated into this practice and was recognized by the commander for my contributions as he praised my work and awarded me with an Army Commendation Medal for my efforts. Other public service work included working as an assistant city solicitor for the city of Salem. It was a tremendous experience handling a wide variety of cases from zoning to misdemeanor criminal matters to arguing a case before the appeals court. In 2010, the state representative for Beverly decided not to run free elections, so I threw my hat in the ring and won the seat. However, my initial term was unusual to say the least. As only 1 month into my term, I shipped off to Iraq as a judge advocate and a military lawyer, as you heard from Rich. I served for 10 months as a legal advisor to the commander of a medical unit. It was an incredible work experience, as you can imagine the challenges of serving in a combat zone. The duties were changing, it seemed almost every day, as I handled matters as diverse as prosecuting a rape case to helping the commander navigate the requests the Iraqi government put to him, such as providing medical care for the civilian population. Having deployed there furthered my belief that the people that serve in our military are incredible patriots, how willing to put their lives on the line with the cause greater than themselves. Also, what is great about the military is you get to serve with people from all walks of life. Whether it be a soldier from West Virginia or the Bronx, we all work together for a common purpose. It gave me a better understanding of working with and interacting with people from a variety of backgrounds and experiences. After coming home from deployment, I returned to the State House and was recently reelected to my 8th term as state rep. I also worked for several law firms while serving as state rep, handling a variety of matters typical of a small law firm. I tell you this as I know it is important that those serving on the bench have diverse life experiences. I've truly enjoyed my life of public service, as well as representing private clients who needed help navigating the court system. In my role as state rep, I have dealt with people during some of their most difficult times, helping them obtain unemployment benefits after a job layoff or finding them housing following an eviction or disaster such as a home fire. I tried every day to ensure the folks I dealt with were treated with dignity and respect and let them know that their voices were heard by me. I've constantly worked and interacted with members of the public. I believe this type of job has prepared me to deal with people facing some of the most difficult challenges as they navigate the district court. It's critical to be empathetic to their situations, listen with an open mind to their stories, and treat them fairly. It will be an honor of a lifetime to serve on the bench, and I thank you for your consideration of my nomination, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to call on Councilor Iannello first, because I know he has an appointment he has to make.
Thank you. A couple of questions. What are your thoughts between, if you have to make a decision as a judge, the defendant was found guilty between incarceration and rehabilitation? How would you balance the two?
I want to have a whole picture of the person themselves and what the background or what the circumstances, have they been before the court before? I mean, my tendency would be towards rehabilitation of the person. You try to keep them from coming back to court again. If there are multiple defendants with multiple convictions, and I have to take that into account. But, you know, just sort of my background of dealing with people, I'd like to, you know, It's depending on the circumstances, the facts of the case, et cetera, the law. Person deserves a chance at rehabilitation. I'd like to give him that chance.
What type of weight would you give the prosecution? Okay, whether it's a bail hearing or whether it's their recommendation for sentencing? How much weight would you give?
I mean, I would try to be equally cognizant of what the defense counsel has to say and what the prosecution has to say. So I wouldn't want to unduly weigh the prosecution's comments over the defense. Try to equally weigh those factors.
I appreciate that. It sounds good. I remember when I did court appointed work many years ago. And I was in court every single day for about 3 years in multiple courts every single day. I would have to say back then, I know it's a long time ago, that 90%, maybe 95% of the time the judge would listen to the prosecution. It didn't matter what my argument was or anyone else, whether it was bail or sentencing, they were going to follow the prosecution. They were going to follow whatever the prosecutor wanted. That's the easy way out. When I say that's the easy way out, if sometimes you don't give a sentence that the prosecutor is recommending, and now the defendant commits another offense, well, you didn't follow the prosecutor. So the easy way out, I'm not saying it's the right thing or the fair thing, is to agree with the prosecutor. You agree with that?
I think it should be, I mean, even just the fact of bail, you have to look at the determination of can this person post bail, or somebody going to be locked up pretrial confinement for a long period of time, even if it's a minimal bail of $250 or $500 that they can't afford. So I think all those kind of factors you need to look at, especially for bail. I mean, the SJC has made it clear that bail should be to ensure that somebody returns to court, not to punish them.
Do you think the seriousness of the crime is an element? Yeah, I don't know at all anymore. Is the seriousness of the crime something you can consider in determining the bail amount?
I think that may be more effective for a 58A hearing.
For the people who have no idea what you're talking about, what is that?
Yeah. You know, I understand. Yeah, dangerousness. Right. Yeah, whether a person is considered a danger to the society, whether they should be fined prior to trial. So that, I believe, would be a factor.
Well, what do you consider a danger to society?
I think somebody who may have committed an act and you're concerned that if they are not confined, that act, or they could continue to be a danger to society based on their actions or past actions. Some folks come to court and, you know, they've been convicted on multiple times and they're coming back to court, so it may be determined that'd be best at that point if the argument is fair and just based on the circumstances.
But if someone is arrested today and they have no criminal record, the United States we're not guilty, you know, until proven it, we're innocent. So, do you care about how violent the crime was alleged?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to
Even
take.
though the person is right.
I understand, but I mean, obviously, you know, a murder case, thing like that, you have to take that into account in terms of it should be held prior to trial.
I'm not going to be handling murder cases in the judicial court. But as a human being, how would you feel if you put a bail that the person couldn't meet, or you put no bail, and then down the road you found out it was you handled the case and he or she was found not guilty? You lock that person up for months, just as a human being. How do you feel?
I think that's why it's really important, like you said, to listen to both sides of the argument. Why is bail appropriate or not? And can that person pay that bail? I think that the factors that you have to look at is bail is to ensure they return to the court, not to punish them.
No, I understand that, but really, with all due respect, wasn't my question. What I'm saying is, you listen to both sides very intently, and you determine that this is the bail that should be set. And that defendant couldn't post the bail. Those are the facts. Several months later, 4, 5, 6 months later, he was found not guilty. As a human being, how did you feel knowing that it was you? No one else who kept that individual in jail for several months. Because the amount of bail that you set was too high for he or she to meet. How do you, just as a human being, how do you feel? I know how I would feel. How would you feel?
I mean, someone said to me, judges may have the most power of any government official. You have the power to send someone away and take away their liberty. So it would be tough. I mean, I feel bad that somebody has had their liberty taken away and they were found not guilty of the crime, but I think I'd have to make that decision about bail based on the best.
Yeah, take that decision, I totally agree. But if it was me, I'd make the same decision as you. If down the road, he or she was found not guilty, I feel awful. I feel awful. This is a person that shouldn't have been in custody. And I put him in custody for 6, 7 months, and he or she missed his daughter's wedding. Okay, it's his mother's 80th birthday, and he or she missed it. I should have kept him in jail. You know, turned out he was not guilty. I would feel awful. Some would agree.
I understand that, yes.
What do you do with pro se litigants? Okay, I don't think they can represent themselves more often than not as good as an attorney. Agree?
Yes.
You give them any edge, any advantage, however slight.
I mean, I think you have to be tolerant of them not understanding some of the rules, evidence in court and stuff like that, but you don't want to put your thumb on the scale on either side. I don't think it's appropriate as a judge.
Do you feel like you could ask a question? Or do you want, some judges will not ask anybody any question. Now it's a pro se litigant, would you feel, even if you had 1 or 2 questions, just be a clarification, would you ask that, or you felt like, hey, listen, that's not my role?
I think that's appropriate. I've seen judges do that. Yeah, that's appropriate.
What's your position on, we work with small law firm, 4 or 5 lawyers,
Yeah, 3 at the Alexander Family was 3 lawyers, yes.
and what's your position with lawyers who want to come in person? Or I shouldn't say that, where the court wants them to come in person, and obviously most attorneys would rather do it by Zoom. Here, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the difficulty, especially in a small practice of a lawyer trying to schedule and sort of be able to deal with all these different issues that are coming up. They might be able to have somebody there. So I'm tolerant of doing Zoom.
Okay, so down the road, I say, hey, what's that judge? We confirmed him 6, 8 months ago. And you guys have any cases in front of him? How's he do? Case management, this, that. Yeah, I'm not talking about a trial. Okay, you're gonna be one that will say, hey, they can do it by Zoom, as opposed to coming in person.
Yes, I'm seeing it. I mean, I've been, as part of, trying to educate myself even more. So I've been going to the various courts. I've gone to Salem, District Court, Gloucester, Peabody, watching what they're doing. And there have been Zoom sessions going on in those courts. And I think it's appropriate under certain circumstances.
Well, okay, under what circumstances would it not be appropriate, other than trial?
I would say I'm happy to defer to a Zoom for counsel, but I think if, there may be situations where you're trying to figure out, get trial readiness conference, trying to get ready for trial, and it may be appropriate that the counsel be there in person. But if it's a situation where these matters can be resolved remotely, then I don't see an issue with it.
There are some judges in the Commonwealth, okay, who, no, you have to come in person. That will not be your position. Do I have that correct?
I think if it's appropriate, yeah, I'm fine
You
with
say
it.
that, I'll make it real easy, a case management conference. There's no, because that's, some judges want you in person. If you're confirmed on case management, will you allow the parties to appear by Zoom?
I think it's fair to do that.
Okay, and what are you gonna do when the Raj says, I want everyone in person in this region? No, this is what's happening. everyone sits there, just be like, it's I want to hear. But in reality, it doesn't happen. Okay, you go to the workers' comp board, I don't know if you've ever been to the DIA, everything's by Zoom, other than a hearing, everything. So now the garage says, I want everyone in person. Where do you go? Remember now, he can't find anything. Nobody can find anything.
Boss, though.
So, what do you do?
I mean, I certainly have that discussion and say, you know, a lot of counsel.
Everybody should be in court. And now you're gonna say, yeah, the people work for Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the State House. Most people don't have work. They work by Zoom. What do you want to say?
I mean, there's a lot of efficiencies to having
Well,
Zoom.
you gotta follow him. You're gonna follow what you believe, what you told us today.
Well, I mean, I don't want to take off the. Administrative.
Brian.
All right, at least you got where I come from. I don't have any further questions. Representative Carol Fiola called me on your behalf. You know, I'm reading everything. Where you from? Carol used to be on the governor's council state. I go, what's your connection to Carol? But then obviously the state rep connection. Speaks very highly of you. Councilor Kennedy, I know he's not your counselor, and your additional Councilor Duff is, again, speaks highly, says you're gonna be a or based on that, based on your testimony so far, I'm gonna be watching you. Yeah.
INL Zoom.
That's what the follow.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Our chairman today, Councilor Kennedy and Councilor Duff, both called me very quickly after you were announced and expressed their strong support for you. That's a good start. And my home rep, John Mahoney of the 13th Worcester, also gave me a call and spoke very highly of you. Are you familiar with the veterans treatment courts we have in the Commonwealth or the rationale behind them?
Yes, there's one up in Lawrence that I visited, Judge Gaffney. Actually, Judge Gaffney and I served together in the reserves. And Judge Sinnott, who his wife was running it earlier, now Rick Sinnott is running it. He and I also served with Rich together. So I visited both those courts and actually would love to have the opportunity, if I'm confirmed, to take part in the Veterans Court. Because I've dealt with veterans a lot just in my role as state rep, as a veteran, et cetera. And so I'd love to be able to.
That's why I start there. I'm wondering what are some of the particular needs that kind of justify the existence of these courts? We know our veterans population.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think some of the things that we did with like the Brave Act, the Hero Act, Valor Act, trying to recognize the fact that somebody may have committed a criminal act because of their service, or maybe they have substance use disorder because of their service, suffering from PTSD, et cetera. So if we can narrow the focus on, you know, okay, somebody has committed a crime and we think it's related to their military service, then we think it should be appropriate to send them to the Veterans Court or to have them reach out to Veterans Administration. And I think one thing that I think a lot of people forget about is, you know, we have our own veterans services statewide, and we have a thing called a SAVE team that are on 24-hour call that you can call them. You know, I've had calls with them to help my constituents. So there are resources available. I think Massachusetts really leads the nation in terms of veteran services. So, and I think as a veteran and as a JAG, et cetera, I think I may also understand that maybe a veteran is just trying to game the system and really isn't someone who would be appropriate for this. So, but I think, you know, that's why I really like the Veterans Court, because somebody whose military service, the connection they have, what happened during their service may have led to why they committed these acts. I think it would be appropriate to have them be addressing the Veterans Court first.
Yeah, and I agree. I think our veterans courts and our other specialty courts are a real strength of our judicial system in the state, in the Commonwealth, and the recognition of those service-related mental health challenges or addiction challenges is really important. And so I kind of segue that into the general population in the district court. My background is dealing with children who dealt with abuse and trauma. And it's obviously not a perfect analogy to someone who's faced combat or whatever the PTSD, underlying PTSD issues might be, but it's very similar outcome in terms of the trauma they've experienced and the way it can lead to substance abuse, mental health challenges. So I'm wondering, do you think that the kind of approach that we take, for example, in the Veterans Court, is something that philosophically should be applied where appropriate, you know, as you're able to ascertain a defendant's situation across the board in district court?
Absolutely. I think it would be great to have social services for defendants if it's appropriate in the circumstance. I mean, just last week, Rose and I were at the senior center and we were trying to help a constituent who is couch surfing, going through leukemia treatment, and just facing very difficult circumstances. So I think just my role as state rep as the opportunity to see people in some of their darkest moments and what they're dealing with and some of the challenges that they're facing and trying to help them. So I think if it's an appropriate circumstance where we can help that defendant with social services, as opposed to just, you know, right away with a criminal action, I think, you know, it would be great to do that. I don't know if they still call, I mean, I went to Lynn too when they called it the drug court and had a chance to see what they were doing there as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's appropriate. I believe Boston has a gun court too. So, you know, some of these specialty courts I think can really be helpful.
There's also an emerging adult court of hope, which is in Western Mass, which deals with emerging adults, obviously.
So Jacobs actually mentioned that to me.
What's that?
Councilor Jacobs actually mentioned that to me yesterday.
Surprise.
Salem Superior.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even aware of that. Great news. So related to all this, when we're thinking about conditions of release or conditions of probation, oftentimes because of the nature of the challenges folks coming through district court are dealing with, there's conditions around drug screening and drug testing. And you know, we know about addiction that relapse is kind of a predictable part of the process. And I'm wondering if someone comes in having tested positive and violating it, if that were a condition of their release, how do you feel about responding to that with incarceration? Is that an automatic for you? Is there context there? Is there room for acknowledgement of the inevitability sometimes of that? How would you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've had it in my own family, unfortunately, and you know, someone close, like 4 times going to rehab. So I understand that situation for sure, and I don't think it should be an automatic. I think you should look at the whole person and what's the circumstances behind that. It is a very difficult challenge for folks dealing with substance use, and I know that sometimes first time it's not going to work, and so I think you have to have a holistic approach to that person.
I sense you're a very compassionate person. I think that the nature of being responsive to the public and grappling with policy issues in the legislature is a very valuable perspective to bring to the bench. So I've appreciated the responses here this morning, and I look forward to supporting you when the vote comes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Jacobs.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I feel like we just finished talking moments ago and here we are again, but it's good to see you. And I do thank you for coming out yesterday and sitting down and giving me the time and the conversation that we had. We left off, you handed me a stack of your evaluations and medals and accolades. And so thank you so much for your service and a clearly very impressive career with the military. And I just want to acknowledge that is fantastic. And so thank you for all of that. I also want to share that when you were first nominated, I asked your Councilor Duff, and got just probably the most enthusiastic endorsement that she's ever given me on one of her multiple nominees, so I want to share that with you. And then my phone has just been blowing up with your legislative colleagues who clearly are very impressed with you. And the through thread really was around your demeanor as one of the calmest, most unflappable members who was described as when you're there, when you're present, and things get heightened, you have an ability to slow things down and bring the passion in the room down to a manageable, navigable, productive place. And I think that that speaks a lot to, you know, what we want to see in terms of, you know, from the bench, that kind of respect and patience and calm. And so I just want to share that feedback with you. I have a couple different areas of questions. I'm gonna start kind of as a continuation of the conversation you just had. But I'm interested in your thoughts. I appreciate all that you said about specialty courts, and I find them fascinating, but I think they're such an important tool. And I appreciate that we have specialized niche courts, but what I want to talk to you about is what your thoughts are around extending those to serve where there's intersectional issues, right? So we have substance, we have mental health, we have veterans, we have homeless, there's others out there. But there's people with mental health and substance abuse. There's unhoused who are veterans who have mental health and substance. So what do we do with that? And should there be even more granulation around the individual's unique needs and finding the way to meet them where they are through the courts? What are your thoughts around where we're at and where we could go?
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you can provide services to a defendant as opposed to just the criminal justice system of punishment, I think that's really valuable. It's valuable for all of us. It's from coming back to court. And if we can address the root cause of why they're there, that's important. I can talk to the governor about, you know, maybe is it possible to get a social worker in court to help folks who are dealing with a variety of issues. She kind of looked at me and said, "You're in the legislature, so give us the money," you know. You know, just it's kind of a different way of looking at what's going on. And I'm sure the vast majority of the folks that are coming to the court are dealing with some kind of issue. That's why they got them there to begin with. So.
No, I appreciate that. I think the legislature coming through with resources, but also, you know, we talked briefly about social work, police work, and the benefits there. I fully agree, and the courts would be fantastic. I am also a trustee of my library at home, and we've long talked about how fantastic it would be to have an embedded social worker in the library where people come in crisis, who are in the midst of divorce and looking for resources, or in the midst of whatever challenges in life. And often things happen at the library where it'd be great to have a social worker there to help catch and provide, you know, a safe space to find resources. There's not enough social workers in the world. So, you know, resources today or tomorrow, we just need more of them out there. But so I just want to validate that. I fully agree. I honestly don't remember if we talked about this yesterday. So we may have already, and either way, that's fine. But so I really embraced the clemency side of the work that we do at council. And that has led to some follow-up discussions with some advocates working in the space tangentially. And you may be familiar with some bills that didn't make it through this term, but clean slate bills. Did we talk about this? I don't, we did talk about, okay. I know I talked about it yesterday, but I wasn't sure. So could you just explain the clean slate bills, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I don't think it ever came up for a vote or anything. So yeah, it'd be great to have you.
So there were two bills this past session, and I think there's work being done to consolidate them into one. And the second one is the one that I kind of want to focus on with you. But the two bills for clean slate, and clean slate is all about people's CORI and the sealing process, trying to automate the sealing process. So the bill one was I'm going to get the years wrong, but a certain number of years past misdemeanor, a certain number of years past a felony with no further judicial interaction, automatically move to seal those records with the consent of the person, of course. And the second bill, is the one that I want to talk to you more about, and it's still gonna be a component going forward. But it's, to me, it seems like a space where the courts can have a proactive impact. So the second bill had to do with dismissals. It's automatically, when there's no conviction, presumption of innocence, automatically sealing those records, because, and I actually, until I started talking to them, I didn't even realize that if you've been judicially involved and not convicted, it still has an impact on your query, and could be limiting your access to housing. Landlords look at that, limit your access to employment, and other things when you're not guilty of a thing, right? And still it's having this impact just because, and so for me, if I go to the second place of, you know, we know that there's racial bias in our judicial system, that there's over policing of marginalized populations. And so if they're being over policed, you know, being pulled over for driving while black or walking while black or brown, and end up in the courts and dismissed and not guilty, it's that policing ends up with an impact on the back end. All of that to say, and I want to just toss I think it's a known that I'm not a lawyer, so I'm tossing it to you to think this through with me. Is there an opportunity at the district court when arraigning is happening to have an impact on when it's, I don't know how apparent it is that there's an issue, a situation where dismissal will probably happen, to just not even get to that point where it ends up on a query?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the diversion programs are great because that gets folks diverted before they get arraigned. I think we mentioned yesterday, talked about, you know, I made a few clients with just some of these minor things like driving uninsured or without a license, and they get the matter resolved before they end up getting to court. So you get it dismissed prior to arraignment, so you don't have that situation come up. But somebody who doesn't have a lawyer and doesn't understand that, you know, may get arraigned and then it gets dismissed, but you mentioned they still have that there. So I certainly would be open to seeing how we can do a better job of getting those matters resolved before an arraignment comes up, if it's appropriate.
Do you think it's the kind of a thing, and so both of us are now talking without the experience of being judges and in that side of the court system, but do you think this is an area, because I know they do a lot of training around, like they'll do a lot of bias training, they do, you know, they have conferences where they really do some professional development work. Is this an area that you think would benefit from kind of an effort on the side of it?
It might be appropriate too to like train the prosecutors as well, because they have a role in this too. Maybe that would be, all of us we should maybe have some training on that, because you know they can say to the judge, you know, let's dismiss this prior to arraignment as well, you know, appropriate.
I agree with that for sure. And in police departments. So, all right, well, thank you so much. I'm not going to belabor it. I've really been getting to know you, and so thank you for my.
By the way, not guilties are automatically sealed in the recent case that came down as our dismissals in the HJC. Councilor Ferrara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you. I enjoyed speaking with you.
Yes, sir.
First call I got even before I was notified that you were nominated was Carol Fiola, who we all hold in high esteem, who held my seat for 10 years on the Governor's Council, is now a great friend and a state rep. She had glowing things to say about you. And then recently I was at a BCC, I'm on the Board of Trustees at the community college, and she and the other side of the aisle, Steve Howitt, was there, both singing your praise at the same time. So you've won the admiration of both sides of the aisle. I got a call the other day from Matt Quinn from the Falmouth District Court saying great things about you. He served with you in the military. You've done it all from construction laborer to 29 years in the military, highly decorated. I really appreciate your service to our country. You have good friends, and Councilor Kennedy, I can tell you that. Councilor Duff called me, Ianella, as well. I think you're going to make a tremendous judge. I hope you're a mentor to other people to show how we should work as a society and get the admiration of everyone that you've earned well. One question for you. I did see your donation list. I don't see any governor's councils on it. Oh, no.
Yes.
I didn't see Carol Fiola either.
I didn't see Carol Fiola either.
So I.
Oh, yeah, was Duff on here? I don't know. All right, yeah, all right, Duff. Duff's the only one that made it, okay. All right, I'll go for you then. You have my support next week. Thank you.
Councilor Devaney.
Chair, thank you.
Congratulations on being appointed. I'm very, respectful of your military service. As a lawyer, that is very different from the military service. And, I came from a military, like, cousin, I have a son, Atty, brother-in-law, and I am a member of the American Legion, and I serve as on their executive meeting, so I am very concerned about military. But I'd like to talk about you as a lawyer in state government. That's what I'm looking at. You have applied twice, 2 different years, and were rejected by the JNC, and I don't know if you got to the governor, but that was no also. And that was to the district court. Tell me, at that time, who was the governor at that point? I'm trying to think. It was Baker? Patrick, okay.
Yes.
So tell me, what have you learned since then that you look back and you say, yeah, I wasn't ready yet?
Well, first of all, thanks I've seen you at a variety of veterans events at the State House, and I know you do a lot of work for veterans, so thank you. Our relighting is a really important event, yeah. And your work with the Legion. I think having served even longer time as a state rep from when I last applied, and having even more interaction with the public, and more years as a military lawyer since then, have prepared me to work with the public. As I mentioned, I've seen people in some of their darkest days, some of the most difficult circumstances that they're facing, some of the stories that we hear. And I always tell the staff that the most important thing we do is dealing with the people in our district, and that's the #1 priority. So I'm hoping that those perspectives and sort of my professional development as a person helped me even more so on the bench than it did back then.
Do you think there's racial discrimination in the court?
I certainly think there's concerns about implied bias. I know Justice Gantz had a report done at that as well. Yeah.
I'll tell you, I know I'm full-time. This is a full-time job. And I know there is racial discrimination. And I see the Black inmates that are wrongly sentenced. And it just makes me cry that what you've done to these people. One example, and I think the law should change. I don't know how you could make this person responsible. For someone to be with a friend and they go into this house and the friend said, you stay in, there was some girls smoking marijuana. So he said to his friend, his friend said to him, go in the room and stay with those girls. And he did. And so he didn't know it, but his friend was in another part of the house. He stabbed the owner of the house 12 times, killed him over drugs. But the friend that came with him never knew that crime happened. After they left the house, he didn't know. And he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. What is the justice of that? So, and just to follow up, I got a call from him the day after my election. And he said, Marilyn, you'll always be my governance counsel. He made me cry. He got his commutation, but we took 34 years of his life. that has to be changed. He wasn't in the room, he didn't see it happen. You know that. Have you ever tried to change anything, as far as justice sake?
I mean, you know, we voted on a number of like improvements to the civil rights laws, whether it be transgender rights or things like that. I think one thing that's great about serving in the military is you get to serve with people from all walks of life. Someone who's been from the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia to the Bronx. You know, when we were in Iraq, we were serving with people from all over, and all of us are willing to put our lives on the line for each
I
other.
understand that, but here, I want to know here in your private life as an attorney. Now, you served as an attorney in the military, how many years?
I served a total of 29 years in the military. 22 was.
Okay, now, I want to talk about, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you told me that I asked you, how many hours do you work as a rep? And you said 30 to 40 hours a week. Am I correct that you told me that?
I think it really depends on the week, but yeah, there are some weeks when, you know, you could be doing 30 hours a week.
Well, as I said, I'm full-time, so I'm here every day. The State House was closed down for 3 years. Okay, and we were here Governor's Council was here every week, and we had in-house hearings. Stopped. In those 3 years, what did you do? I mean, were you in your private practice, or were you, work, say, rep 30, 40 hours? Explain that to me and to the public.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I've always still continued a law practice. It's definitely been less so than when I wasn't a rep. So I chair the Economic Development Committee. So the chair, I think you do have more responsibilities. A couple of years ago, we did the sports betting bill to legalize sports betting in Massachusetts. So I must have had at least 50 or 60 meetings with folks to talk about sports betting. It was a new area to me. So, I met with people Las Vegas, Atlantic City, surrounding states like New Hampshire legalized it, Rhode Island legalized it. So I tried to spend a lot of time learning and immersing myself in that subject to make sure that we drafted it. In this session, I chaired the Economic Development. November, we voted on a $4 billion economic development bill. So it's 319 pages. So I spent a lot of time working on that bill. Although you may not see us here, in the State House every day, there's constant meetings, and it's just a lot of events too. Caroline, I'm dragging her out to a lot of events, but just that's part of your job is you want to be present.
Okay, not talking about being a legislator, pro bono, how much pro bono do you do?
I wouldn't say a ton, but if you consider like you did a lot of legal assistance as Army JAGs, and that was all.
I'm talking about private practice.
Actually, I know Rich and I had done some time working with the Mass Bar Association. They have a veterans hotline, so we worked on that. So I don't know if I could define a specific number for you, but trying to get out there and helping folks, whether it be the veteran community or constituents.
What I look for is there's a lot of people out there, a lot of folks out there who can't afford a lawyer. And it really, it means a lot to me to have someone sitting in that chair to tell me that they couldn't afford a lawyer and what they did. And I have wonderful stories in my tenure of people who have been helped. And even after the case was over, the attorney followed up with them. That's compassion. I don't vote for anyone if they don't have compassion. That's very, very important. What is your?
I may just say, like we do try to help a lot of constituents get legal assistance through the various legal organizations. Yes.
What is your position on minimum mandatory?
I mean, you have to follow the law, although I think, I think they're trying to trend away from that because I think every circumstance is unique. Every person is unique. So I think you should really be looking at the circumstances of every person. But I mean, if there's a minimum mandatory required under the law to impose that sentence, then there's not a ton of discretion on the part of the judge, although I think we've been trying to trend away from that. Strikes in your other laws and things like that, that I think they found probably totally good.
Everything is wrong so often, and I'm hoping that would be changed completely. Because it's so unfair to put these people in prison. And really, it didn't follow that. And there was a young man, and we got him a pardon. He was 58 years old. He came before us. This is Councilor and Eleanor were the only ones on the council at this time when this man came before us. And my heart went out to him because it was so unfair. He was going to school one day, 17 years old, good kid, good son, good friend, good student. And this older fellow stopped him, a friend, and he said to him, would you do me a favor? And he gave him 5 bags of marijuana. Naive, gullible, trusting, he wanted to please his friend. And you know the school law, the minimum mandatory. He wasn't selling drugs outside the school. The school, and he sold 1 bag. Tried to sell the next one, and that student reported him. They found the other bags in his locker. I might be wrong. I know it's 2 years incarceration. I think when it started it was 4. I might be wrong. But here's someone who had a scholarship with all the school dances, his youth, everything. He was put away. And it just is wrong, minimum mandatory. And I hope that you, the legislator, will bring that up. Justice, not justice for this man. And so what happened was when he did prison, he got a job at a private school as a custodian. And unfortunately, now that we got the pardon for him, it's closed. So at his age alone, I don't know the burden of trying to get a job. He's had cancer, he's lost a leg, he was married, his children have been a coach, wonderful in the community. These things, I don't understand how we can keep this legislation through the decades. The system is so unfair. And I have to tell you, for someone sitting there, they could act like Mother Teresa. And I don't know if they're racial or not. That's my greatest problem. I don't have a crystal ball. And that's the greatest thing that in this position, because a lot of times they let you down. And you thought this person was somebody else, and he wasn't. So that's the thing. So it's quite a burden, you know, and that's why it's full-time for me, because I think it's that important. But the justice system doesn't seem to be following justice, does it? You know, how involved have you been with people with disabilities?
Councilor Benny, if you could wrap up with this series of questions, you're a little over the 15 minutes, but.
The council voted to time us 15 minutes, which I think is wrong, because sometimes I want to hear more from you, but we're cut off. I think it's wrong. I can't do anything about it. 7 the vote was, so there I am. So thank you so much. I really appreciate all your time that you've given me. And you know, I hope you understand where I'm coming from, because you're a very unique person coming before us, because your military is overwhelming, you know, as a lawyer in the military than your private. And that's the thing we have to weigh and see, you know, so. But thank you, and congratulations on coming here and the governor to appoint you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. You know, I've noticed your comments about the different courts that you visited, the Veterans Court, the mental health courts. And over the last several months, I've seen you several times in the courts doing that, exactly that. And I give you a lot of credit for that, for really trying to get up to speed on things and really going in there observing things. A lot of people come in here and haven't done that. You've really, really got ahead of things, and I respect that a lot. Obviously, I've known you for a long time. We got elected at the same time in 2010. I have a great deal of respect for you, and I look forward to voting for you next week. I will say this, as a 41-year criminal defense lawyer, I want you to remember what Moses said to the Pharaoh: "Let my people go."
Thank you.
In our new sedately lit room here. I'd like to recognize Councilor DiPaolo for a prayer and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. If I may, rather than a prayer, I'd like to offer recognition to our Administrative Secretary, Valerie McCarthy, who's going to be leaving us in January and taking 50+ years of institutional knowledge with her. I'm sure we'll have more occasion to commemorate that, but I appreciate taking the chance to do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
With liberty and justice for all. All right, so I missed you guys last week.
Missed you too.
Last week, yeah. That was right on cue, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, last week. You were here and I wasn't, so. I'd like to recognize Councilor Kennedy for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So moved, Governor.
Made, seconded by Councilor DiPaolo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor Devaney for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public.
So move, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Kennedy. All those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor Ferreira for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Colleen Carroll for the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court.
Great choice, Governor. I move that she be appointed.
Motion made by Councilor Ferreira, seconded by Councilor Jacobs. Any discussion under this? Councilor
I
Devaney?
had a busy day. I'm just gonna say it was an excellent selection. I thank the governor. I thank you and the council. I'm sure will be unanimous.
Wonderful. Why don't we go ahead, Valerie, if you wouldn't mind calling the roll?
Councilor Jacobs? Yes. Councilor Ferrer?
Yes.
Councilor Devaney?
Yes.
Councilor Iannella?
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor DiPaolo?
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. The matter carries. 6 members voting. Oh, Councilor Duff isn't here. I'm so sorry. 6 members voting, 6 in the affirmative. The matter carries. I'd like to recognize Councilor Devaney for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Adam J. Hornstein to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court.
It was such a pleasure to preside over his hearing. It's an outstanding human being, an outstanding person for that position. And he just has varied experience that he's bringing. And I look the life experience and he's bringing that. I'm so very proud to make that nomination.
Excellent. Motion's been made by Councilor Devaney, seconded by Councilor Iannella. Any further conversations or questions? Seeing none, I will ask Valerie to please call the roll.
Councilor Ferrer?
Yes.
Councilor Devaney?
Yes.
Councilor Iannella?
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor DiPaolo?
Yes.
Councilor Jacobs?
Yes.
6 members voting, 6 in the affirmative. The matter carries. I would now like to recognize Councilor Iannella for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Sarah G. Kim to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Jacobs. Any comments or questions on this? Councilor Devaney?
It's a trifecta. I thank you and the governor. We've got 3 good people coming on. Thank you.
Excellent. So glad all of you are so pleased. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Valerie, if you could please call the roll.
Councilor Devaney?
Yes.
Councilor Iannella?
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor DiPaolo?
Yes.
Councilor Jacobs? Yes. Councilor Jacobs?
Yes, 6 members voting, 6 in the, yeah. Right.
I will be yes as well.
All right, good. There's one more in there. 6 members voting, 6 in the affirmative, the matter carries. I know we have a couple of hearings that we're going to go through, but before we do that, I do want to recognize we do have our governor's counselor-elect members here. Tamisha Sullivan from District 2. Did I say Sullivan? Oh my gosh.
Civil Sullivan.
Tamisha Civil. Austin. It's understandable. Sorry. Tamisha, apologies. From District 2, Maura Dolan from District 3, and Eunice Ziegler from my home district in District 5. So glad you all were here to take in some of the earlier hearing, and looking forward to your swearing in coming up shortly. So we do have 4 new nominations before the council. Connor Baruch to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. Councilor Iannella, do you have a hearing?
January 8th at 10:30.
January 8th at 10:30. Sounds like that's gonna work.
And I have another one, Dana Pierce, same day, 1:15.
Right. Dana, that's for Dana Pierce, also to the position of Associate Justice of Boston Municipal Court. So we got that, two of them. And then Nicholas Brandt, I understand that Councilor Devaney is going to hold that hearing today, so that's one down.
And Lieutenant Governor, I just want to say, I will not be here for those two. I'm very sorry that it wasn't made earlier. I'm very disappointed.
Okay, and then we have Councilor Duff, who's going to have a hearing on Wednesday, December 18th at 1:30 for Hillary McCamick to District Court. That is December 18th at 1:30.
Right. So we have.
Free on the 18th.
What was that? I'm sorry.
That's Hillary McCamick. If I'm saying that last name correctly, I think I am. Okay, I don't think we have anything else. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been made and seconded. All those in favor, all opposed, the ayes have it. Right. Get this late.
Kind of, I'm like a judge. Kind of like, never mind. Anyway, I'm gonna start by reading a letter from the governor, dated November 20th, 2024. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Caryn, I'm gonna kill your name. Caryn R. Mitchell-Munevar to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Signed, Maura T. Healy. Now, usually what I do right now is have you introduce everybody? That might take till February. So tell me where your family is.
Friends.
Where are my, so this is my husband, Alex. Judge Richard.
We've met him before.
Yeah, he's been here.
Yeah, I gotta tell you something. Compared to the last time we met him, he looks more nervous now than then.
I think he might be. My oldest, Khalil. And where's my baby?
The big throne.
And my youngest, Phoenix, who is on the throne and,
In the governor's chair.
well, that is Phoenix in a nutshell.
All right, well, we have Councilor Devaney here. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Councilor Terrence Kennedy. There are other councilors coming in shortly, but we're gonna get going because we have another hearing after this. We have a very busy day. We have 3 hearings today, which we usually like to keep it to 2, but it is what it is. So we're gonna get going. We're gonna call the Honorable Janine Rivers to testify on your behalf. It's been a long time, Judge.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Best job ever.
How long have you been on?
My 7th year.
7th year. I remember meeting you at the Suffolk courthouse.
Yes.
Not a good day for me, but I remember meeting you. I didn't get divorced. Well, welcome, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you for
We'd
having
love
me.
to hear from you.
Thank you. And I am honored and privileged to be here on behalf of Attorney Caryn Mitchell-Munevar. I'll try not to read from my notes, but I want to make sure that I hit all the right points.
Not forget the most important law there is in the law of the land, the law of brevity. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I'm on it and I appreciate that. I've known Attorney Mitchell-Munevar for probably over 10 years now. And we met through my former clinical professors, Attorney Oro, who is here, and Attorney Klein, and Professor Engler, who's also here. And I've had the opportunity to observe Attorney Mitchell-Munevar before I became a judge and after. I have observed her to be a zealous advocate, and she ensures that her students are organized, well-prepared, and because of the work that she does, or the work doesn't stop just because her students are no longer there. So she has to pick up the case, argue the case. In front of me, she has presented as a zealous advocate. She's well-prepared. Her arguments are not unreasonable. She has, again, always been prepared.
Can we ask your husband if her arguments are unreasonable?
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Tell me, what did you say?
Never mind. Wasn't that good?
I've had the opportunity to observe Attorney Mitchell-Munevar's demeanor in the courthouse. Outside the courthouse, she's always respectful to fellow attorneys and our staff, which is most important. I've never heard anyone say a negative word about her, and that's including my fellow judges. As you know, she participates in many legal programs and CLEs, and her presentations are always on point, and people also speak about how well she does in these presentations. Attorney Mitchell-Munevar has a balanced outlook on life. She brings a unique sense of self. She brings a diverse background, which is much needed on the probate and family court. In our discussion, she has a wonderful sense of humor, which is also needed in our area. She does not take herself too seriously, but she takes the work very seriously. I would be honored to call Attorney Mitchell-Munevar a colleague. She will bring many positive attributes to our court. And hopefully that's brief enough. But I am just
Almost.
honored to be here on her behalf. And I'm pleased that she was nominated.
We appreciate the fact that you're here, Judge, and I hear great things about what you're doing in the court. We appreciate that. I did see Judge Casey here somewhere. I don't know. Oh, there he is. He's the Chief Justice. We appreciate him as well. I'm gonna get to Amy Blake. Don't worry about her. Trust me, I'm getting there. Any questions, Councilor Devaney? Go ahead.
Nice to see you.
So very nice
look
to see
great.
you. Thank you. Thank you. I did dress up for this.
Well,
And I had my hair done, so I know you appreciate that.
beautiful. It's too bad our lights are out, but, yeah, I just want to thank you for your service. One of my proudest boats to have you. I am particularly, hearing about the probate court. It's so sensitive, and I think today, I'm not a lawyer, but I just know everything has changed. It's harder for you to be a judge today than it was 20, 30 years ago. I mean, there's not even case law that some of the things that it will come before her, you know what I mean? Who gets the eggs, who gets the baby, what will get, you know, all of that stuff. There's no case law. But I am just so proud that I have to leave, not because I want to, that I had the privilege of voting for the most wonderful people in the probate court. Really, I'm so proud of that court, really, because it is so sensitive. And God bless you all for doing that job. So tell me, can you tell us one particular case that really stands out, that really impressed you about this nominee?
Absolutely. Well, I won't say any names. One of the reasons why I indicated that Attorney Mitchell-Munevar gives reasonable positions, this particular person, and I can see them in front of me, and she appeared in front of me in both Middlesex and Suffolk. And you know, the client had some issues, and what Attorney Mitchell-Munevar was advocating was very reasonable given what she had to work with. It wasn't over the top, it was to the point and on point in terms of what she was advocating for her client. And again, that's why I said what she was asking for in this particular case was not unreasonable given what she had to work with. She wasn't trying to puff it up. She was making no excuses. It was just on point and continued to zealously advocate for her clients.
That's okay.
Just that, because I have been here for 25 years, and I've had someone sit there and I say, well, how many times have you observed this nominee? Oh, one time. That's not good enough. You know her, personally, and I really appreciate, and this is a working. All of us working together. I'm leaving. I feel like I left a legacy that I'm so proud that I voted. And what an honor you to come.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of the things about probate and family court, our colleagues are phenomenal. Judge Barber, Judge Casey, our colleagues are so incredibly supportive of the work that we do. And I know that she will be a welcome addition because of who she is. She will add to that. She will add to our complement. I have no doubt about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next, we're gonna call Russell Engler, Esquire, Director of Clinical Programs in New England Law School.
Thank you so much. As you mentioned, I'm the Director of Clinic Programs at New England Law, where I had the pleasure and privilege of working closely with Professor Mitchell-Munevar for over 20 years. We have a single in-house clinic where we represent indigent litigants, and about half of our practice is in the area of domestic relations. And Caryn has been a true expert in her handling of these cases. In my time working closely with her, I have watched her demonstrate the expertise in difficult case after difficult case and continue actually to help train members of the bar through MCLE trainings and her work with MCLE. I have seen her work so collaboratively and wonderfully with a range of clients in our clinic. She develops an incredible rapport with them. Sometimes, as in family law cases, that could be really difficult, but she never fails to be a tremendously terrific litigator on their behalf, but also a counselor, making sure that they understand the process, making sure that they feel supported. In our in-house clinic, she has to not only handle a complicated caseload and sometimes difficult clients, but train students at the same time. And she has a gift. She is beloved by the students semester after semester. She gets rave reviews, and she gets those reviews because not only is she giving them often their first experience as student attorneys, but she is helping them develop lawyering skills and self-confidence, and also really helping them to develop personally and professionally. And I would say that since we only have a single in-house clinic, any students who want training come in regardless of where they are on the clinical spectrum. And she has this gift of reaching out to each and every one of them and making them feel incredibly fulfilled, and they leave our clinic much better. She is a true mentor, not only to the students she supervises, but to many other students at the law school. Her former students are constantly coming back to her, asking for advice and guidance, and she is forever mentoring new lawyers as well, whether she had them in the clinic or not. Given all of the difficulties in probate and family court, the intense cases, the passion, I cannot think of a more ideal candidate for her to be Associate Justice. She is empathetic, she is patient, she is caring, and she will be a wonderful judge. And it's truly an honor to have been able to work with her. And I look forward to being able to call her judge.
Well, we thank you very much. Councilor Devaney.
Service. And what is it called now again?
The law school is New England Law Boston,
Yeah.
and I'm the clinic director. So that's like a teaching hospital where students get credit to both represent clients and for lawyers. It's really, in my view, the best form of training. It's a really cool job because Professor Mitchell-Munevar and her colleagues have to figure out how you make sure you give the best service to the client while creating space for the students to learn.
This is probably, I don't know what you remember. Is there any case that she's been involved with that really, invites really something that you did over the top?
Well, if it would be okay, I'd like to talk about a small package of cases because
Sure.
we take a lot of high conflict cases where our clients, represented so ably by Mitchell-Munevar, are survivors of youth violence, and we often joke that these are not court cases. We're growing old, and the incredible patience and guidance that she provides as the litigation takes twists and turns. Our clients go through ups and are confused. My colleague has just been incredible, not only fighting hard to preserve their rights, but really making training students through this process. I kid you not, that one of our training tools is to create simulations, practice exercises. We always draw them from actual cases, and our students say, oh, that's not what would happen in real life. Of course, they're totally wrong, and then we tell them, but please finish. It's very eye-opening for the students, and it's a real testament.
So she's made a difference.
She's made an incredible difference to
We have testimony.
That's it for the work.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. I do want to take an opportunity, you're all set, to acknowledge that we do have the Chief Justice of the Appeals Court, Amy Blake here, who is doing a great job so far, and who happens to be my friend for how many decades?
Is he not the chief of the probate court?
I already did, Joe. I get it, huh?
Just want to make sure he's duly noted.
Marilyn pointed out.
Because he is
that
the
Mr.
resident, you know?
Blake. Now you're gonna point out Miss Casey? All right, so that closes the portion of the hearing in terms of people in favor of the nominee. Is everybody else here in opposition?
People outside said they were.
Okay, so that being said, hearing nobody in opposition, the floor is yours.
Thank you, councilors. Good afternoon. I wanted to thank the council members for the opportunity to appear before you today and discuss my qualifications for the appointment of the Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I would like to thank Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for their confidence and their support in nominating me. I'd also like to thank the Judicial Nomination Committee for their consideration in advancing my application to the governor's office. Lastly, I would like to thank the Governor's Chief Counsel, Paige Scott Reed, and Deputy Legal Counsel, Jerald Kesselheim, for their guidance, support, and demystifying this process for me. I should probably apologize for all of the text messages I have sent to Attorney Kesselheim, but I'm very grateful for the prompt responses nonetheless. I am incredibly grateful for the supporters who are here with me today in this room and beyond. The distinguished judges of the Probate and Family Court, Judge Barber, Chief Squared, which I'm very grateful for. My friends, my chosen family, former colleagues. I have so many former students who have turned colleagues and friends. My dearest friend of 30 plus years, so we started out as baby attorneys in legal aid. I'm just so grateful for the support that I'm receiving today. Also joining me virtually is my sister Kristen from Virginia. She is a retired Navy veteran who served over 22 years. I am incredibly proud of her for her service and sacrifice to our country. And also with me is our family's matriarch, my Aunt Janice, who we affectionately refer to her as AJ. She'll kill me for that. But I'm really grateful that she could be here and give me love virtually. I'd like to just take an opportunity to introduce my family. My husband, Alex, who has been by my side throughout this entire journey. He said I shouldn't say this, but he has been, as my kids would say, my ride or die. My husband has served our most vulnerable and disenfranchised communities for almost 20 years as a legal aid attorney. He's continued his commitment serving the public as an Associate Justice of the Housing Court. I also wish to recognize my two most favorite people in the world. My oldest son, Khalil, who is entering his last semester of college. He just joined us from spending 4 months in New Zealand. I thought he was going to stay there, so I'm very happy he actually returned to us, although he desperately wants to go back. And my baby, my youngest, Phoenix, who is in their junior year of college. I feel like I might have failed Phoenix of college. Not yet, right? Of high school. I feel like we felt.
Come with a gun?
I feel like we might have failed Phoenix as parents because they are quite confident that they want to be an attorney. So.
Sorry.
Godspeed, exactly. Thank you for that. And my children, they have their own story to tell, and that is for them to tell. But I will say that they have been a never-ending support and inspiration and source of strength for me. My children are unique. And again, they have their own unique paths and stories. But I will say I'm in awe of their courage in navigating what continues to be a really complicated world and a challenging world for them. Experiencing life through Phoenix and Khalil's lens has been an extraordinary privilege for me and a gift that I am truly grateful for each and every day. My story begins with my parents. My mother, who was this 4'10" curly haired Jewish girl, and who was an absolute powerhouse. And my father, who was a 6'4" African-American male and one of the gentlest souls you'll ever meet. Unfortunately, my parents are not alive today, but I know that they are with me in spirit. My parents met in their early 60s. My mother had just graduated from college, and my father was a film student at NYU. They met and they fell in love at a time where they were completely oblivious of the fact that it was illegal for them to be married in many states. My parents began utilizing illegal substances shortly after I was born. Unfortunately, their recreational use rapidly became an addiction and it impacted their ability to parent me and my sister. I was only 18 months old when I was sent with my sister to live with my paternal grandmother on Chicago's South Side. We didn't have much, but my grandmother, who we referred to as Granny, she loved us, and as she would say, she loved us hard. She did her best to protect us and shield us from the effects of growing up in a community where poverty, housing and food insecurity, substance use, gang violence, and interpersonal violence permeated. Despite her efforts, I witnessed firsthand how these issues not only impacted our family, but our community as a whole. When I was 14, my mother recovered from her addiction and was able to maintain her sobriety for 35 years. She finally earned her degree in nursing, graduating first in her class, and worked for the next 20 years caring for the sick. Unfortunately, my mother's past trauma and her struggle with addiction continued to impact her mental health. I realized from a very young age that education would be my way out of the cycles of self-destruction and poverty. Given my personal history and my experience, there was never a question for me as to whether or not I would pursue a career in service. My professional history reflects this lifelong commitment as I have assisted marginalized individuals from the most vulnerable populations in our Commonwealth. The issues they experienced were not only family law issues, but a myriad of challenges that impacted their health, their safety, and their security. It would be my honor to use my background and to use my experience to be appointed as an Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. Again, I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to appear before you, and I welcome any questions that the councilors may have.
Thank you. By the way, we're having a problem with the lighting up here. The light's not working. That's why it's dark. Not just because
I said it was
people don't want to look at me.
So I was kind of okay with
Are
it.
we clear about that? Councilor DePaulo.
Councilor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A lot of folks have a lot of wonderful things to say about you, and your background speaks to me. I wanted to ask you to highlight something that you've been a part of, tiered community mentor program.
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about what that is and the value it adds to folks who are impacted by it?
Yes, so this is a program that was developed by Judge Angela Ordonez. It's a program that has mentoring for 3 tiers of individuals. So there's a law school tier, a college tier, and a high school tier. Now, I will tell you, I got into this role by default. My husband was supposed to be the mentor and was not quite connecting with the students in a way that I could. So I took that over, and I want to say it's been well over a decade since I've been doing this. So there are several programs that we provide for the students as far as professionalism and interviews and networking. But most rewarding for me is not only do I get to mentor the 3 tiers, but I see the law students mentoring the college students and the college students mentoring the high school students. So I'm still involved with the program. I've been asked to be on the board, and I'm so honored to be able to do that. And I look forward to continuing my time with the tiered mentoring program.
Well, thank you for your volunteerism on that. I just wanted to highlight
Yes.
it to be an amazing program. It's important to me that our courts, especially our probate and family courts, are operating from a trauma-informed perspective, and clearly you have the background to be doing that. So if we could just hone in on one area, something I'd imagine would be very challenging on the bench is when you're dealing with the possibility of separating or removing children from a home, and the trauma that induces, and weighed against the potentially negative experiences that are ongoing. And I'm wondering if you could speak to how you balance the considerations, how you approach that kind of difficult situation when you find yourself in it?
I think first and foremost, well, it is traumatic for a child to be separated from their parent, even if their parent has issues of substance use and even if there's domestic violence in the home, that's your parent. And that's where children identify themselves through, and the separation they take very personally, because children are egocentric, and that's the way they're supposed to be. They see the world through their unique experience. And it is incredibly important to maintain the relationship of the children and the parents to the extent that's possible. I think it's an extreme circumstance for children to be separated from their parents. There has to be some significant safety issues in order to protect the child. But I also think you have to treat a family holistically. So if there's something going on with the parent, whether it be interpersonal violence, whether there be mental health issues, a substance use disorder, there are programs and resources out there to help the parents and support the parents in moving through these challenges. And that has to be in combination with ensuring that the child has the support that they need to also get through this very difficult time.
I'm grateful that I'm never going to be in the position to have to make those decisions, but I know how challenging it is for the kids who, for example, are placed into foster care, and the way our system sometimes can't provide stability for them in those settings. I appreciate your background and how it will inform what you do. I love your professional background. I'm grateful to the governor to be putting forward candidates like you who have this experience working with the populations you've worked with, and who will bring not just compassion, but the knowledge and the trauma-informed approach to how to handle our citizens. So I have no further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your responses.
Councilor Jacob.
Thank you. Welcome, it's good to see you. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Is this the saved question that you?
I've been thinking about that same question. I don't even think I'm gonna bother with the same question this way. But we did have a really great opportunity to sit down and talk about so many things. I will echo what my colleague just said, and that you have really such an outstanding both personal life experience and professional experience, and then extracurricularly professional experience with all the many pro bono and organization things that you've trainings that you've taken. Just on your resume is just, your application is just so packed with impressive things. So I just want to reflect that back to you, that
Thank you.
very much appreciate who you are and what you bring to the court. It's interesting, the questions that Councilor DePaula just asked, because they're similar but different to the ones that I wanted to ask. And still are really embedded in the trauma-informed landscape. But one area I wanted to talk about was around, and I think we touched on it when we talked, was around recognizing when there is abuse, coercive control, abusive litigation. Beyond that, just the kind of emotional abuse that doesn't leave a bruise, and or financial. There's so many different varietals in the abusive toolbox. Some of which are very clear to the naked eye, but most of them are not. And the experience of children growing up with a toxic or dysfunctional, disordered family structure where they know no different. That's their normal. It's true for adults in an abusive relationship, the hesitancy to label things abusive, and to, this is somebody you love, who you want to contextualize in the best possible way, but especially for children who know no other way of living, and these are their parents. Right. The question I want to put to you is around, how you will approach and what levels or layers of perception you be able to bring into recognizing when those kinds of dynamics are at play in a family system?
So thank you for your question, because it's extremely important. And I think when it comes to domestic violence, oftentimes it's easy to label something as domestic violence when you have police reports and you have restraining orders and you have pictures. Unfortunately, most survivors don't report, because if they do, then they're put most at risk. And it takes at least 7 times to leave, because when they leave, they're most at risk for being killed, right? So it's a very layered and nuanced issue that the courts are dealing with. And you are correct in that you have the parents who are suffering trauma and the children who are suffering trauma. And even if the children have not been physically harmed, they're still dealing with the witness of domestic violence, which can be just as damaging as if they were physically harmed themselves. So I think understanding that on a fundamental level is critical. And all the work that I've done to date, not just representing clients, but educating ourselves on these issues. The probate and family court has done work with this. There are guidelines that are available for us to use. And I'm thrilled that the statute has changed to include coercive control. And it is challenging to recognize that litigation can be a part of control, which can contribute to domestic violence, because it's accumulative. And I think it's really important to see the entire picture. You can't take a snapshot. And when you look at the totality of what's happened, I think it gives you a clearer picture of the level of coercive control and domestic violence, so that you can analyze the situation in the best way to protect not only the survivors of violence, but the children as well.
No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the work the court's already done, and I'm sure it will just continue going forward. So I do appreciate that. I will just leave it with how very much I've enjoyed meeting you and and thank you for all the time that you did with me.
Ferrara.
Introducing me to North Adams.
Moved on, Council Ferrara. Thank you for applying. Thank you for all you've done for the marginalized people in our society.
Thank you, Councilor.
Your story is very impactful and not one heard very often in our chambers. A couple of quick things. So I went through a divorce probably 20 years ago. My kids, my 2 girls were 2, 6, and 8. And I tell the story often how I had, you know, a guy in a black robe yelling at me, telling me that joint physical custody doesn't work. And I was just becoming the police chief, and I felt the smallest I ever did in my entire life, and the most powerless that I wanted to see my girls as often as I could. I ended up buying a house 2 houses away. So my kids did get half physical custody, but I want to know that that's the norm. And I hope that's what you believe in. All other things being equal, that parents have shared equal access to their children.
I think it's extremely important for children to have a relationship with both parents. And even if the parents don't parent the same, right, children benefit from that. And I can relate on a personal level. I too went through a divorce. My Khalil was just months old when his father and I divorced. And we both agree that Khalil is the absolute best thing that came out of our marriage. But he lived and worked in Rhode Island, and I worked in Boston. And Khalil was months old, right? Still nursing. So we had to navigate that, and we had to be creative in how we maximize the time that Khalil had with both parents. And quite honestly, if my ex-husband didn't have an opportunity to parent Khalil, then he would not have benefited from what we each bring to the table and helping him navigate a world and how to move in this world. So I do agree that if all things being equal, to the extent that you can maximize the children's relationship with both parents, I think it's critical.
I'll let you know, it ended well.
Oh, good.
Not that.
So did ours.
25, 30, and 33, and very productive, smart young ladies, and I'm a big fan of shared full custody. I've always been curious, and I know it might be less of an issue now, free college, so free college for everyone in Massachusetts, community college. And I've always been curious that the government can force someone to pay for tuition because they're divorced. I know other time is a parent ordered to pay tuition for their children, even if you don't like your kids. But curious about how that's gonna play out now with free college tuition in Massachusetts. Any ideas on that? And do you think that's even constitutional, that a divorced parent has to pay for college, but a non-divorced parent doesn't have to pay?
I just want to make sure I understand your question, Counselor.
It's a little confusing. I'll try it again.
Okay, I apologize, but I want to make sure I answer it.
Historically, the payor, right,
Correct,
could be ordered to pay for college.
correct.
And it could be anywhere from a community college to Harvard, or because they have the ability to pay.
Correct.
If the people were never divorced, the payor would never have to pay for college unless they wanted to. Like, I was lucky, I chose to pay for college, I wanted to pay for college. But I always thought it was odd that because you're getting divorced, the government can instruct you and mandate you and jail you if you don't pay for college for your student, for your child.
Correct.
And it doesn't happen if you stay married. So I'm wondering about this free college for everyone now. Do you think that's gonna be impactful in this area? And just wondering about your thoughts, just curious.
I do think it will be impactful having free college on a community college level. I was fortunate to learn a lot about this because my dear friend is actually working in the community college arena, so I was able to get some information about that. I can understand why it would be frustrating for a parent to be forced, if you will, to pay college after you've already paid child support for a number of years, and you might be paying for alimony as well. I'm sure the thought behind it is if you have the ability to pay, to perhaps put the child in the best financial position that you can, if again, there's the ability to pay. There have been some changes in the law. So for example, you don't have to pay a tuition at Harvard. If the child is going to Harvard, there's a standard that does not exceed what UMass Amherst is. So I think that's at least helpful. And I think it's a recognition that this can be very burdensome. But I also hear that it feels intrusive having the state mandate you to pay something that if you were still married, you could make that choice freely and voluntarily. So I appreciate you bringing up that issue, and I understand the frustration that parents feel.
Have you seen any increase or use of direct payments to children once they go to school? So for instance, someone's paying $1,000 a week in child support. Child's living at school 40 weeks a year. They're at home with the other person 10 weeks a year. Was there have you seen any creativity or use of direct payments to the children to make sure it's going to the children?
So what I'm hearing is if the child is in school, the money could be better spent directly for the child's expenses as opposed to.
Well, at least more accountable, right? It's going, it's going where it's going.
So we do have individuals who agree to do that. So there is a direct deposit into the child's account and the money goes directly to the child. It's not, I have not seen it as much order that child support goes directly to the child. Typically child support will go to the non-paying parent, but I can understand the concern of making sure that the child's needs are directly met, particularly if they're spending the majority of time at school.
Is that something you would contemplate?
Depending on the situation of the parties, I think that probate and family court judges can be really creative in coming up with resolutions that best fit that particular family.
Yeah, so, I don't practice. I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I've never practiced in a probate court, like going there once for divorce was enough for me. So I appreciate that we need good people there, and good people are willing to do the job. I think you're gonna make a great judge.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Devane.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Thank you for all the time you've looked at those 4 hours. I feel like I know what I'm feeling. But I to say that I'm so impressed with you is it's not enough. I look for life experience. Thank you. And I don't look at anyone if they don't have compassion. You have it stamped on your forehead, you know. So I've seen it all in 25 years. And when I see that you applied 3 years in a row and were rejected, there's something wrong there, you know. I can't think of anyone that has more life experience bringing to the court, to this particular court. And that's very important to me, that you've spent your life, your personal life, and as a lawyer, doing for people. And I know you like to write, and that's important. And so would you like to tell us about the writings that you gave the council in your presentation? And I think that tells about a mother too. So I think, if you could tell something about that.
Councilor Duganey, again, I just want to make sure I understand the question. Are you talking about the writing sample?
The writing sample.
Okay, so that was a pretrial memo, and that is a memo that we submit to the court prior to trial. It's an opportunity to articulate both sides of the argument, to narrow down what the issues are. I think judges appreciate us doing our homework and making realistic assessments of trial times and who the witnesses are. But for me, I tend to do it a little differently. I do see it as an advocacy piece. I see it as an opportunity to tell my client's story. So it's not just about, here are the witnesses and here's the trial time and whether or not we've taken a deposition. It really is, here's my client's story. This is how this started. This is how we got to the point where we have to come to the court and have the court come up with a resolution that's in everyone's best interest. So I think writing has to be practical. I don't think you need the moreovers and whereases, and I tell my students that all the time. You have to have a conversation with the judge so that the judge understands on an organic level what is happening in your client's life and what it is that you think needs to happen in order to improve their situation.
Well, you can tell us about the particular writing sample and mother's involvement in the story. This is
Yes, so this was a particular situation where
excuse me, there's a chair here. If one of you would like to come in. Okay, I'm sorry. I just need to see everyone's.
they're afraid, Counselor. I'm in the hot seat. Nobody else wants to be.
It's amazing the support you have, and it's well.
Thank you. I can't even tell you how grateful I am. So this was a particular situation where the custodial parent was a survivor of domestic violence. And we were trying to navigate a situation where they did want the child to have a relationship with both parents. It's not always black and white. And there were instances where the non-custodial parent was able to connect with the child in a healthy manner. So we were trying to navigate what that would look like. It wasn't quite a situation where supervised visits were going to be appropriate, but we did have to put in some safeguards for the non-custodial parent to be safe during exchanges. So it really was giving the parents the support to move through the trauma of separating and of the initial threats of violence to get to the point where we could be more child focused and ensure that the child was going to be safe in their interactions with the parents, and then build on that, right? So starting with a parenting plan And then having that slowly increase as trust is built, as we see that this, you know, the time can be healthy and safe for the child.
What I love about you is that you can identify with the people that come before you. You've lived that life, you know, and look at you, and you're judge. What amazing.
I take nothing for granted.
But I mean, you know, just meeting with you and finding out in your past and what your passion is. Now, tell me, what, you've had a lot of cases.
Yes.
What is the most rewarding out of all those cases? Can you think of one?
That's difficult. I feel like I'm spoiled in doing legal aid because all of our clients are in such vulnerable positions, and we really have an opportunity to help stabilize their lives. So I will say this, in all of my cases, I don't see myself as the savior coming down and fixing the problem, right? Our clients are smart and they are survivors and they know what's best for themselves. They have agency and they deserve respect and they're in the best position to make the best choices for themselves. So I see myself and the court as a conduit, if you will. I have information of what the law is. I'm going to give you all of the information and tools that you need to make the best decision that you can make for yourself, and I'm going to support you with that.
Now, with your experience in the probate court, what does this court need? What do you see that it needs a change? Maybe more support from some other agencies or whatever. What do you see?
So far, what I see, and my lens may change being on the other side of it, is resources. And I think that the step towards appointing more judges is a huge step in that direction. There's so many cases, and judges, I imagine, struggle with having a docket of 40+ cases and allowing litigants to feel heard, to feel seen, because to that litigant, that's the only case that matters. And there's nothing more important to a litigant, more sensitive, more intimate than your family. So ensuring that they have their time in court, and in a court where it's very intimidating, right? The majority of litigants don't feel like this is a place that's for me, and this is a place where I'm going to get some resolution. It feels very sterile. And they don't feel like they belong in this space and they're empowered in this space. So I think just the very notion of appointing more judges is a huge, huge step in that direction.
We are getting them now for the probate court, and I've been asking, very pleased about that. Now, what do you see the change that you've started as an attorney? And we don't even have, I don't even think we have a definition of family anymore. So you don't have case history to go back to. You fortunately have life experience that you can go to. You can identify with the people that come before you. So what do you see as educating, you know, people that are coming in now as judges to be educated about the changes and you know, you lived it and they haven't. So what change can we have in the court?
I do think the courts are educating themselves on the changes in family dynamics, particularly in the LGBTQIA community. In de facto parenting, there's been a lot of work that's been done in drafting a bill and legislation and sort of redefining what a family looks like, and so it could be more inclusive. So I do think that education is happening, but I feel grateful that there is something to be said for lived experience. So not only did I have these parents who were interracial, but I also had two moms for a long time. I imagine that that's going to provide a very unique lens so that I'm able to respect all family constitutions and respect them. and respect how they want to move forward. And again, so that family has agency in the legal process, and are respected as any other family who comes before the court.
I've got to tell you that, from my experience, and this was initially my first year that I was here. I'm very concerned about removal, allowing a parent to go across country with a child. And let me tell you why I'm so concerned. I feel like I lived it because it was someone that came before me the first year I was here. And I read about her in the Boston Globe, and I was so upset, I didn't have words. She allowed a woman to remove a child, 3 little children, toddlers, and go to Oregon, cross the country. And she was divorced, and her husband was a caring father. He lived near them and used to take them to the park and do things with them all the time. Even stayed over Christmas to be there, you know, for Santa. And she had no one in Oregon. There was no job, there was no friend, there was no family. And it just spelled vindictiveness. And so this wonderful father was divorced from his children. He could see them on the weekend. And she gave him, I hate this word, they don't use it anymore, visitation rights. 1 hour on the computer, 6 to 7 at night. You can't hug a computer. You don't have any relationship with those children. And when I saw that, and I'll tell you personally, I was borderline about voting for her. Mistake, big mistake. And I learned, and I said, you know what? Just like when you're in court, and they said, when you're deciding whether that person is guilty, if you have a shadow of a doubt, oh no. And I learned from that. I really did. Now, if you had, what criteria would you use for removal?
So it doesn't sound like that was the criteria that we should be using, because the removal statute is very clear that there has to be a real advantage for the custodial parent, and it has to be in the child's best interest. So that's very intertwined. It's hard to separate that out. And when we talk about a real advantage, we're talking about exactly what you just described. Is there a job there? Do they not have a job here? Where's their housing insecurity here and there's housing security there? Was there not familial support here, but there is familial support there? So those are all the things that you were concerned with that we would have to consider. That's according to the removal statute. And in addition to that, it's sort of progressed, if you will, a little bit. It has to be in the child's best interest. You have to factor that in as well. So I think my analysis would be a little different. And I think that I would contemplate those factors that you articulated as concerning as part of the analysis of whether or not removal was appropriate.
Thank you, Councilor Devaney. Your time is up at this point. I'm going to call on Councilor Iannella.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm well, thank you.
First of all, I want to say, great to see Chief Justice Casey here. I'm a big supporter of him. I think he does an outstanding job.
You know that.
No, excuse me. I don't know why I did that.
Judge Rivers, I've heard a lot of good things about Judge Rivers. She has the right judicial temperament. She listens to everybody. She does a fantastic job. I want you to know that as well. Having said all that.
Don't forget Judge Barber.
Judge, sorry.
He's hiding.
No opinion there?
He's good job. He's good job. Roll high school, Boston Latin. Sorry, that's, okay. I'm a strong advocate for children, okay? So let me start off by saying, what does joint custody mean to you?
I think it means that parents have an equal opportunity to participate in spending time with their children and making decisions for their children.
and you just said equal time with the children. So if one parent has a parenting plan, we'll call it that. Let's assume that my household has 2 kids, 70% of the time, and the non-custodial parent sees the children 30% of the time, even though both the non-custodial would like to have a lot more. That to me, well, technically it may be joint, but that's a little different than what you said.
Correct.
So joint, when it comes to parenting plan, it's not equal. It may
Not
not
always.
be.
You're right, and the concern is, it isn't always equal. And there are parents who become extremely frustrated when their time is limited with their child.
Yeah, I think people, when they hear the term joint, they think it's 50-50. Everything is 50-50. Even if it's like a choice of what dentist should we go to. If someone's with the children 70% of the time, you can say what you want, what the nice law says, but that 30% non-custodial parent is not gonna have much of a say. So even though, in my opinion, joint custody, you know, it has a nice phrase to it, but to me, I'd rather have it to be called 50-50, and it's not that way. All right?
Correct. I think we're talking about, so I don't want to get into the weeds, but the legal custody is when you do share the decision making, and it doesn't matter if you see them 30% of the time or 70% of the time. The parent who has the child to the majority of the time, they have a legal obligation to consult with that other parent. What I hear you talking about, in addition to that, is where the child lives, where the child sleeps. And I think that there's a real concern regarding parenting a child when, you know, as a parent, not being there to say goodnight to your child, to read bedtime stories to your child, to get the child ready for school the next day. I think those are really important events in your child's life and in your child's development. And I can understand why that would be frustrating for a parent.
So what's the ideal parenting plan for you? In my hypothetical, where let's say, or it can be anyone, a businessman, no criminal record, no alcohol issues. There were 2 kids, say 6 and 8, and the guy that lied, I'm an attorney for the children, whatever you want to say, oh, glowing. And the same thing for the mother, she works as a lawyer, and they're both unbelievable parents. But one lives in Salem, and one lives in downtown Boston. What are you gonna do in that situation where they both want them 100%? And obviously you can't have them 100.
Right.
I'm trying to get a sense, so where would you come out on that? Now, Salem, right, and downtown Boston, they don't live
Gotcha.
next door to each other, that's an easy one.
Correct. There are some logistical issues that you would have to be creative in overcoming. But as I mentioned previously, Councilor, that I can relate to that on a very personal level. When my ex-husband and I separated, he worked in Rhode Island and I worked in Boston. And we've always had a joint custody situation and have maximized the time that he spends with our child. And we've never had to go back to court to tweak our parenting agreement because we made the commitment to put our child first. So even if you have a situation where the child isn't living with the parent 50% of the time, you can have every 3-day weekend. You can have a considerable amount of time during the summers and vacations, but the concern is valid. The concern is absolutely valid. And these are really difficult issues that probate and family court justices.
I get that, because my time is valuable.
Sure.
Tell me what you would come. I'll give you an example. What would I do if I was the judge? So they both are great parents. I'm gonna make it like it's 3 days, 4 days, 4 days, 3 days. I'm gonna make it 50-50. Because you said kid reading a book, brushing the teeth, getting up in the morning, making them breakfast. I don't hear that from you though. What is your ultimate goal in a situation, in my hypothetical?
And your
And
hypothetical.
they both want 100% of the time. Salem, downtown Boston.
I think that that might be a situation where a judge can be creative and issue a joint custody situation.
Joint, that's that joint again. This is a 50-50. That joint, we've already heard, it could be 70, 30, 80, 20. I'm trying to get a sense. I do the type of judge is gonna, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I do the type of judge is my goal, if possible. It'd be my goal to make them 50-50 on a parenting plan, 50-50 on vacation. In the summer, you got them 1 week, I got them 1 week, you got them 1 week, I get them 1 week. I'm talking 50-50. Not like a joint. I don't like that word, because I don't know what that word means.
Right.
Give me a sec, convince me, whatever you want, what kind of judge would you be? And in my scenario, can you give me a hypothetical, an answer that what you would do?
I think that might be a situation that might be appropriate for equal time with equal parents. So it may mean a few days with one parent, few days with another. Of course, you have to consider issues like the the children's school, etc. But I do believe that as a judge, I would be creative in ordering a parenting schedule that is as equal and practical as possible, with the consideration that ultimately it's in the child's best interest.
Yeah, because I think what's in the best interest of the child and children is to see parents equally. That's what I think. You know, I think it's important to read them before they go to bed. To make them brownies before they go to bed. To watch a movie. You can do it 50-50. You gotta be creative. There's a judge, there are judges out there who do it.
Judge Ginsburg was one of those judges.
Yes, I know.
Very creative. Yeah.
And I bet that was a long conversation.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Temporary orders.
Yes.
That's another problem I have with the court system. Again, I don't care about the money situation. Temporary orders, they last about how long for each side? Let's assume it's a support order and it's, again, I may not be saying the terminology right. Dissipation, custody, parenting plan, in front of the judge. A lot of people in line behind you. How long does that hearing last? Half hour?
It depends.
Well, you know, you're not doing it for 2 hours.
Sometimes, generally no, but sometimes hearings do extend a half an hour. Sometimes hearings are less than a half an hour. I think the priority is to ensure that litigants feel heard, that they have an opportunity to give the information and the evidence that's necessary for a judge to make a decision that is considering all information that's before them.
If there's one beat that I have with the probate court, and it's hard, they're really busy, and they do a great job with the leadership of the chief. But if you have support issue, visitation issue, you got basically a half an hour, 15 minutes aside. You know, one side will talk, hypothetical, 7.5 minutes on support, 7.5 minutes on custody, and the other side is the same. You gotta be kidding me. It's not enough time. It's not enough time. Here it is. I mean, I just wish that you gotta understand that, though. I hear so many things in the temporary orders that I did the best I can. I had to speak really quickly, tell them this and tell them this. I want to go to, I want to go to Mike's hockey game. I want to hear. You gotta think about it, because to me, it's all about the kids. It's 100% about the kids. If you make a mistake on the money, you can rectify it. You can't make a mistake on those kids. Because if those kids don't see the mother enough, or don't see the father, that's not good. That's really, really bad. I hope you remember that. Think about how many kids you have? So think about when your kids were young. What you did with them. Maybe those parents want to do the same thing that you did. So I hope you remember that.
Yes, I will. And you bring up a very legitimate point, Counselor, one that I believe litigants are concerned with, but also that judges are struggling with in trying to ensure that they have adequate time. So I can appreciate your concerns.
Well, thank you very much. Really nice conversation yesterday.
Thank you. Yes.
I really did. And when your name comes before us, probably on next week, you can count on me.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that,
Thank you.
Thank you. I only have one question.
sir.
You always bring 100 people to job interviews?
Yes, no.
We had a long talk, not as long as I would have liked, we caught a little short because of some circumstances. But I really enjoyed speaking with you when we met up in Market Street in Linfield. You're gonna be a great judge, and with that, we have another hearing, we're gonna start in a few minutes.
Counselor, thank you.
Well, you're still here, man.
Sorry for the delay, but they scheduled 3 in one day, so we have to go with it. So we're all set now? I'm Marilyn Petito Deviani, and I will be presiding over the hearing, and I welcome you all. And first of all, I just want to set some rules. I'm asking the councils to put away the cell phones, and I'm asking you, please stay for the completion of this hearing. It's the most important day in the nominee's life and deserves respect from all of us. So having said that, if there's anyone here that wants to speak and they're not on the list, that's fine. But would you all stand to say the pledge, okay? We're to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Going to start by reading the governor's letter. Dear councilors, it's so dark, I can't even see the paper. I'm sorry for this. I don't know what happened, fuses or what it is. I am pleased to nominate Nicholas D. Brandt to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court, pursuant to the advice and consent of the Executive Council, pursuant to Part 2, Section 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am closing the nominee's resume for your convenience, and this is signed Mara Healy. So having said that, I'm going to introduce the 4 councilors who are here, and that's Councilor Iannella, Councilor Kennedy, Councilor DePaula, and Councilor Jacobs. So having said that, I'm going to start with your witnesses. And so your first witness is Timothy Foley, attorney.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councilors. I'm going to read from a prepared statement because as an attorney, I'd go on forever and say nothing if I talked on my own. So it's with great pleasure that I appear before you today on behalf of Judicial nominee Nicholas Brandt. I met Nick under professional circumstances while representing Mr. Thomas Kuntz concerning his petition for executive clemency, which was a commutation. On January 14, 2021, the Advisory Board of Pardons recommended to Governor Baker that Mr. Kuntz's sentence be reduced from first-degree murder to second-degree murder, making Mr. Kuntz eligible for parole. The governor then had 1 year to accept the recommendation, deny the recommendation, or take no action, which by operation of regulation deems the recommendation denied. On January 12, 2022, 2 days short of 1 year deadline, the governor's office accepted the advisory board's recommendation. On or about January 15, 2021, approximately 1 year prior, the governor's office assigned Nick to be the point of contact for all communications concerning Mr. Kuntz's petition and the governor's staff. During that period, Nick conducted himself in a professional manner. Because this particular stage of the clemency proceeding requires a specific strategy tailored to the best interest of the client, the decision was made concerning Mr. Kuntz's petition to minimize the use of media outlets and publicity and concentrate on the strength of the petition, which made it necessary for me as an advocate to bombard the governor's office, meaning Nick, with calls, requests for meetings, and further information. My professional support for Nick is underpinned by unique and varying viewpoints of the legal system in the trial court. Being formerly employed by the trial court as a court officer, nearly 12 of which I was assigned to the Boston Municipal Court, exactly the court we're here for today, and now as a criminal defense attorney, I have spent thousands of hours in and out of the courtroom and with hundreds of judges. Nick holds many of the qualities of a seasoned judge. Most importantly, the qualities needed for an even judicial temperament. Nick Brandt has the integrity, intelligence, empathy, compassion, knowledge of the law, common sense, connection to community, experience to be an excellent addition to the Boston Municipal Court. Going back to the professional interactions I had with Nick, notwithstanding the fact that Nick had other responsibilities to the governor's office, such as pandemic-related issues regarding education, prisons, police reform, drafting executive orders, legislation, public policy issues, and advising executive agencies, for 1 year, not one call or email out of approximately 175 to 200 went unanswered. During those calls and interactions, Nick's level of engagement in the process did not waver. Nick is very adept to talking to people and learning about them. It was evident that during our conversations, Nick was very proficient at asking the right questions of me as Mr. Kuntz's proxy. Nick has a natural way with people, not forced, easily aligns with the judicial temper. This letter would be incomplete if I did not include the observations made during the Governor's Council stage of this process. I know that some of the councilors that are present here today, and some will watch it later, that was a hearing that lasted about 9.5 hours back in 2022, I believe it was. It was February of 2022. After the governor accepts the recommendation, the commutation must be sent to the Governor's Council for advice and consent. It was at this stage when I was able to observe Nick interacting in person with Mr. Kuntz, because we did spend that 9.5 hours in the room there together. The observation to me was of a deputy legal counsel who fully and entirely took on the immense responsibility of vetting the first such commutation in 27 years, but seemed to put all that aside and was genuinely interested in Mr. Kuntz, the recent passing of Mr. Kuntz's mother, his family, his plans going forward, his experience while incarcerated, including restorative justice programs and reentry programs. It was abundantly clear that Nick felt confident in his work on the matter, knew how to evaluate the facts and circumstances before the office and weigh in on the decision. A complex decision that required legal review, public policy review, factual review, inquisitive skill, empathy, sympathy, patience, integrity, and intelligence. It's for those reasons that I recommend Nick Brandt for the nominee to the Boston Municipal Court.
Madam Chair.
Any councils, you have a question,
I
Councilor?
just want to point out, Mr. Kuntz sent us a very heartfelt letter on behalf of the nominee as well. Very well written.
I will read it.
Heartfelt. From what I can tell, he's doing fantastic as well.
That's true. Yes, he is. He's doing very well.
Yes. Councilor?
Attorney Foley, I just want to thank you for all the work you did on that particular case. I remember meeting with you and Mr. Kuntz and everyone involved. He's certainly made everyone proud, and it's ushered in a new era in clemency. So thank you for your work on that.
You're welcome, and I thank you for that.
Well, old friend,
Yes.
testimony means so much to me. And I really, that was heartfelt what you said, and I remember every bit of that. And thank you for all you did. And just for the record, we did go out with Tom.
Yes.
And 2 people got commutations for. And Tom has done very well. I'm really pleased. And I have your coach in Belmont, and I went to the hockey game.
Yes, I remember.
I froze, but I went for you. But I have to say that, you know, to have a team like this working and to have this nominee to go the extra mile, but to have you there, I mean, that meant a lot, because you have the compassion to, you know, to help people. And I want you to know, I got a call from William, who got a commutation, 34 years in prison, life without parole. And he was not guilty. And he said to me, "You'll always be my governor's counselor." Touched my hat, made me cry. But I got a letter from someone who spent 52 years in prison. He's in Florida. And guess what? He married his girlfriend of 54 years. Is that a story? Is that amazing? And so this is the kind of thing that, you know, Tim does and that you've been involved in. And I can't thank you enough, because, you know, it saddens me that there are so many in prison that are wrongfully sentenced. And you gave Tom a life, and we gave William a life, and so many others. And I thank you for all your work that you have done here in the state. And to have you come, it really, I'm really thrilled to see you. And I thank you for all you've
I
done.
wanted to be here and I'll just close it with this. As I was sitting here looking around, I have the Boston Municipal Court. I was employed there in 1997 on the 175th anniversary of the court. And I have the picture in my office hanging up of the group of court officers that work there. So it's a court that I'm very proud that I was a part of, and I learned a lot there. And it's not something that I would recommend lightly, and I strongly recommend Nick Brandt for this position. So.
And I want to tell you, this gentleman, that, you know, he has pro bono stamped on his forehead. This is what it's about. And that's the thing that we need in the state, to have people with compassion like that. And so I thank you, Tim, and it's so good to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Councilor. Very much. Okay, thank you.
So I will, I didn't introduce my council. I'm in the dark. So we have, did I introduce you, Councilor Iannello? Okay. I want to introduce the board members who are here. Chris Iannello, we have Councilor Kennedy and Councilor DePaula and Councilor Jacobs. And so I'm going to have you tell us about yourself, your presentation.
Second witness.
Oh, of all the people, I forgot. Oh, my goodness. You're gonna forgive me. I'm in the dark and this is my third hearing and I've been sitting here since 10:30, so I hope you understand.
It's okay, she's gonna be so, like she never
So-
testified anyway.
My notes.
And you know what, and you know what, I should have called you first with, you know, being a judge, Catherine Ham, proud vote, my proud vote for you. And thank you for all your great work on the Superior Court. And so now we want to hear what you know about this nominee.
Very much. Over 10 years ago, I struck up a conversation with Nick Brandt on the T during my commute to work. We had only known each other by name and by face because we had known each other from the same office in the district attorney's office. That random conversation on the T began a long-lasting friendship that had lasted over a decade. Nick is one of my closest friends. I talk to him on a weekly basis. He's my confidant, and we have been each other's cheerleaders during our legal career. And I can sit here before you and sure, I can tell you about his work resume and his work experience and how that supremely qualifies him to be an associate justice in Boston Municipal Court. I can tell you how smart and sharp he is. I can tell you what a good, coherent writer he is. But these are all the things you can tell from the application and also from speaking with him. So let me try to provide you a unique and a different perspective as a good friend, but also as a former BMC judge, which I'm eternally grateful for BMC and Superior Court. So talking about Nick, first, do you have one of those friends who constantly talk about themselves and never asks about you or others? Well, that is exactly opposite of what Nick is. Nick is incapable of talking about himself for too long. He's constantly celebrating and highlighting others, allowing others to fill up the space rather than himself. And this is important because as a judge, despite what anyone thinks, a judge in a courtroom is never the main character. There's a defendant, there's victims, witnesses, parties in a civil dispute, parties asking for restraining orders, mental health, substance abuse problems. For example, if a defendant is being disrespectful to the court, the judge, it's never really about how the judge feels. You need a judge who is inherently selfless. You need a judge who's thinking, why is this defendant being this way? How has he been treated before to be acting this way? Has he had a proper meal? Has he had a roof over his head? These are the things you need to think about and highlighting and allowing others to fill up that space. That is exactly who Nick is. He is inherently selfless, and that is exactly who you need in BMC. Second, Nick is never going to be someone who equates his worth value or happiness to his job title. The black robe is never going to get to his head. He's someone who is spiritually rooted, deeply rooted with his wife, Caitlin, with his 3 beautiful children, Jamie, Lila, and Fen. And he cares about who he is and how he thinks and how he treats others. It's about who he is, not what his title is. And this is also important because when you become a judge, all of a sudden, everyone stands up for you. They call you your honor. And in fact, the same joke that you've been telling for years have all of a sudden gotten really funny. And this can get to your head. This can get to your head so that you don't think that you need to improve or change and think differently. And this is something that is dangerous because we all know when you have a certain title and you equate it to your worth, that is fleeting. Because one day you could write a decision that's very unpopular by the media or the public. One day you could have a carefully thought out decision that's reversed by the higher courts. And sometimes you predict things and it doesn't happen that way because none of the judges have a magic crystal ball. So what happens to the adoration that you feel as a judge? And in fact, you need judges, especially in busy courts, in a chaotic busy courts in BMC, who is rooted in something different than his job title. And that is exactly who Nick is. Third, I have never seen Nick be unkind to anyone. In fact, I'm here to tell you what a good judge he'll be, but he's actually really not a very fun friend. Because he will never gossip. He will never speak ill of anyone. He will always believe in the good intentions of others. And he is eternally patient. And this is not an act. If you've met him, it's not an act. He would not be able to fool me for 5 minutes, let alone over a decade. You need someone who is kind in a very busy court because you would not be able to imagine the level of patience a judge needs when you're on your 10th restraining order in the first session in Roxbury. The amount of patience in a chaotic, busy court in BMC, you need someone who is inherently kind and patient, and that is inherently who he is. On an extra side note, Nick also has a very loud, booming voice. It's very authoritative and commands respect. And you will never hear someone in court say, "What did that judge say?" Because he does not have a soft-spoken voice. Again, a great attribute for the judge, but not a very fun friend when you're trying to tell him a secret, because this man does not have a library voice. All joking aside, I think that when I came in here, I was more nervous than ever, to be honest with you, because it's daunting and overwhelming to think about the legacy that you create and have created in this room with your votes. You have shaped the judiciary now and for many years to come. You have shaped the trial courts of Massachusetts. So I want to thank you for your service. And I implore you to make another important, but frankly, a very easy decision to vote for Nick today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Any councilors have any questions? First of all, let me introduce you. Councilor Ainella, Councilor Kennedy, Councilor DePaula, and Councilor Jacobs. Okay, Councilor, you had a
I
question.
have no questions. You're doing a great job. Compelling testimony. It's great to see you again.
See you, thank you.
Anyone else? Well, you had the best witnesses that you could have chosen, really, and it's really an honor to see you. How long has it been now?
Just 5 years. 5 years, 2 years at BMC and 3 years in Superior Court.
Well, it was my pleasure to vote for you. I'm very proud. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So, having said that, why don't you introduce everyone here before you make your presentation?
I'm sure they're gonna love that. Thank you, Councilor. Mike Kinnip, a colleague from the governor.
Let's have a booming voice.
Oh, sorry. Are you on my list? Okay, this is Patrick. And I have to say, Patrick has been coming for years. And I really appreciate, his commitment, He was from the fatherhood group that I had met with years ago, and he has made a change in the court. Because men have not always got a fair deal. We haven't got there exactly, have we, Patrick? It's still a little.
We're doing what we're doing.
We've done well.
The reason I'm speaking here today is part of my website also keeps track of all the courts.
Okay, well, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name's Patrick McCabe. I have a website that tracks the courts and the judges in it. I also track who are the active judges. Recently, over the last year and a half, media have been contacting me because they seem to find my tracking of judges a little easier to read and follow than perhaps the state's website. Today, Governor Healy nominated 3 new justices for the BMC, and I'm sure there's 3 openings there. I have no idea where the 3 openings are. If you go to the Boston Municipal Court's website, they already have 30 justices. Boston Municipal Court has only 30 positions. Of those 30 justices, I'm aware of at least 2 of them that are not active judges. I'm just asking that information be provided to make it clear who the current justices are on the bench, because people are contacting me asking who they are, not just this court, but all the courts. But right now there's some confusion because of the number of nominations. It used to be when we got resumes for each of the justices, it was listed on there whose position they were taking. That helped out. That stopped some time ago, and it has made it more difficult. And I'm just asking for, for the public to just inform the public of the current status of who the justices are in the Boston Municipal Court.
I agree with you. That's a good point, and we'll have the nominee address that.
Well, I think it's, I don't know how the nominee would know.
No, but
whoever's making the nominations.
Aware of what you're saying and in agreement, I don't know. But no, that's something, I'm glad that you brought that up, and it should be brought up, Thank you. I don't know why that stopped, Patrick, I don't know. Is there anyone here in opposition? All right, hearing none, then I will ask you to introduce the people who have come here and then make a presentation.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilor. So I have Mike Cannon, a colleague from the Governor's Legal Office, my wife, Caitlin Brandt, let's see, Lauren Green, Kathleen Celio, Ben Megrin, Greg Henning, all of whom in one way, shape, or form, we've worked together in several places over the years.
Very good. So we want to hear from you.
Thank you.
I hope you can see, people at home, there's a problem with the lighting and it's very dark, so please have patience with all of us trying to.
I'm just old enough that I need reading glasses, that's all. First and foremost, I want to thank Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for the honor of being nominated as an Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. And I want to thank all the counselors, both for their time here today and the time that they've spent with me in advance of today's hearing. My thanks are also due to Valerie McCarthy, Sonia Altamirano, and Aaron Thomas in the Administrative Office of the Governor's Council for everything that they do to make this process run smoothly. Thank you also to the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission for their hard work, time, and attention. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel, Paige Scott Reed, Deputy Legal Counsel, Derek Kesselheim, and the entire Governor's Office staff who has held my hand through the process. I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation for everyone who has helped get me to where I am now. I can't count the number of people who, whether they know it or not, help make me into the person that you see today. My parents, Bill and Susan, my brother Josh, and my Aunt Joan provided me with a base of support on which I could build a legal career. I've also been fortunate to have worked with outstanding colleagues, opposing counsels, judges, clerks, probation officers, court officers, administrative staff, and countless others at every single professional stop that I've made. Their insight, their mentorship, their guidance, and their friendship, frankly, showed me how to be a good lawyer and how to be a better person. Most importantly, I've had an exceptional and incomparable partner, my wife, Caitlin. She's been my best friend for more than 24 years, laughing with me, supporting me, and when I need it most, telling me like it is. Coming home is the best part of every day. Councilors, as you know from the paperwork in front of you, I've spent 17 years serving the Commonwealth, and most of that time has been dedicated to the district and Boston Municipal courts, the courts that are the front doors to justice in Massachusetts. Diverse people walk through those doors every single day with complex criminal and civil legal problems that may be complicated further by alcohol and substance use disorders, mental illness, or poverty. My career has been devoted to helping these people, and as a judge, I'd continue that path of service and problem resolution. I'd be a judge who sees the human being inside of every person that appears before me, a judge who recognizes that each one of those people is much more than the history and the circumstances that brought them into the courthouse, and a judge who believes that inside of everyone is a spirit capable of future greatness. But while I'm a lawyer, that's a job. It's not how I define myself. And in fact, the most important role I play is a father, part of a 5-person team, along with Caitlin and our kids, Jamie, Lila, and Finn. And that means that the kind of lawyer I am, the kind of judge that you're considering whether I might be, is informed by the things that I learned from those teammates at home. Our firstborn, Jamie, will be 14 soon. He's almost as tall as his mom. He and I wear the same size shoes, and thankfully he has great taste in sneakers, and I'm pretty sure he can bench press more than me. He's kind, generous, compassionate, and emotionally intuitive. For my son, Jamie, I'm learning how to be utterly comfortable being myself or yourself. As someone with more than a few moments of self-doubt, I marvel at Jamie's innate confidence in who he is. No matter the situation in which he finds himself, he's just fine with being Jamie. And people are drawn to and respect that quiet self-assurance that's expressed without a hint of arrogance. Our middle child, Lila, turned 12 yesterday. I don't have a sister or female relatives my age, so I wasn't sure whether I'd know how to be a good father to a daughter. And while the jury may still be out on that question, I can't express how lucky I am to have had the chance to be her dad. Lila's creativity is boundless. She's been writing authentic YA dialogue for several years. She's responsible for generating the dozens of nicknames we use for her little brother, and her sense of personal style is fire. What I'm learning from Lila is determination. Once she sets her mind to a task, Lila will not stop until it's completed to her exacting specifications. Obstacles don't derail her. She rolls over or through them. And Lila doesn't let anyone, including Caitlin and I, tell her that she can't achieve her goals. Our youngest, Finn, recently turned 8, and he's our family's glue guy, the one who can always bring any combination of the rest of us into harmony through an interesting remark, a silly joke, or just by generally being cute. Finn is teaching me about the natural exuberance of doing something you love. For Finn, that's playing sports, whether it's baseball, lacrosse, football, basketball, floor hockey. They all bring him absolute joy, and that joy just pours out of him. It's apparent to everybody on the field every time he flies down to score a goal or takes a swing. So that's all to say that the judge that all of you are deciding whether to confirm is not just the one that I described to you a few minutes ago, or the one that appears on paper on the application before you, nor as proud as I am to have these nice things said about me, nor is it just the person that my witnesses and my supporting references have described. It's also Jamie, Lila, and Finn's dad, who's going to strive to be his authentic, humble self when making difficult decisions, who's determined to always be reasonable, open-minded, fair, and just, and won't accept anything less from himself, and who approaches each case with the obvious joy of someone doing the job that he's dreamt of having since he was a kid. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you.
Thank you. Councilor Ainella.
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions. I got that lot of green. I feel awful. I didn't recognize it. Wasn't paying attention. Great.
I tried to avoid it.
I said to you, who's that you? Now, you have a great educational background with building code, many schools. BC law is great. Great to see Judge Heelan here. You haven't been swearing. You're doing great. And we may come before the council next week in Parliament.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor Kennedy.
I think your friends behind me would probably beat me up if I didn't vote for you. I've known you a long time. We've had cases together. Granted, you didn't give me exactly what I wanted, but you've always been a gentleman. You've always been on your game in court. You did a great job in the legal office with patience,
And I'm gonna be delighted to vote for you next week.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor DiPaolo.
Thank you. We get a fair number of Ivy League educated nominees, not enough NESCAC nominees. So
Can't agree more.
I'm really happy to see that. You know, the letter from Thomas Kuntz and the role you played in that I've come to learn speaks volumes to me, and I'm grateful to you and to now Clerk Green and everyone else in the room who played a role in that. I think that's fantastic. Councilor Kennedy is a big supporter of yours. He spoke highly of you and his experience working with the previous administration. I just wanted to ask you about specialty courts. You're obviously familiar with them.
Sure.
And I'm wondering, you know, I see every time I hear them talked about, it seems like they're bringing in and developing best practices that maybe are applicable to folks across the district court or BMC setting. Is that an accurate take? And what are some of the things that are happening there that you think can inform the rest of the trial court system?
Sure. So I'm a big supporter, Councilor, of specialty courts as another, for lack of a better term, tool in judges' toolboxes of ways to address the problems that brought somebody into the criminal justice system, and hopefully not have them come back without incarceration as sort of the only choice. I can speak to, you know, from the district court perspective, I can speak to what Chief Justice Forts and the district court judges have been doing in terms of expanding just the number and coverage areas of the specialty courts, whether it be adding mental health courts, veterans, treatment courts. I believe in total, the district court at least is up to 61. So I think I speak to that and say that they are widely embraced and adopted by the judiciary, and I think they're having great results.
I appreciate your service to the Commonwealth and the DA's office. I have no further questions. I'm happy to support you.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor Jacobs.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Councilor.
Thank you for coming out. And appreciate you coming back out to Western Mass so close to Williamstown.
It's my pleasure.
Just shy of Williamstown. I don't have a ton of questions for you today. We had a really great conversation and we talked about so many things, and majority of what we talked about really landed positively with me. I just want to give you an opportunity to talk more about something we did talk about. I'm on the wrong page for it though. Let's see. I think it was the race and ethnicity. Am I getting it right?
Race and Ethnic Fairness Committee.
Yeah, if you could talk about the work you have done with that committee and the learnings that came out of it, and possibly how you ideally would like to see it expressed in improvements at the BMC.
Sure. So the district court has a race and ethnic fairness committee that is district court specific, but that annually puts on a conference for all district court judges to attend. We just had it last week, and then there's also a presentation every year at the district court annual multi-day conference. So what I think you're referencing is, I believe now 2 years ago at the district court conference, 4 judges of color spoke to the entirety of the district court judiciary about their experiences as people of color and their interactions with the criminal justice system. And I can speak for myself to say that it was eye-opening to see people who are not only successful attorneys, but wearing the robe, talk about experiences that they had both as young people and then also for some as adults with treatment by police officers or the justice system that was clearly because of what color their skin was. So in terms of my takeaway, it was just further informing me that I don't understand the facts and circumstances that bring anybody to whether it be before me or even one of my colleagues in the judiciary, what they've gone through to come there. But there's an opportunity for me to learn. So I am eager to for other judges to share those experiences. And I think it's helpful to inform, to have that additional information to inform the work that judges do.
So I appreciate that the information is being gathered, being disseminated, being shared, ideally landing with individuals. What specifically, assuming you're confirmed and you're a judge at the BMC, what can you do in a courtroom to create the kind of cultural environment that is informed on this particular strain, but also, you know, attorney wellness extends to so many things, you know, gender bias that exists, socioeconomic bias that just very superficial bias of how someone presents themselves, hair, clothing, what have you. What are there specific things that you can think of that you would want to do to kind of create a cultural experience in the courtroom that's ideally more safe?
So I think my perspective, the first thing is just awareness, developing awareness of all the things you mentioned, understanding that those are places for potential bias, implicit or otherwise, right? So continue to educate myself about things that maybe I think I know a little bit about, and also potential biases that I don't, and being thoughtful about every interaction I have, that there's the potential for that to creep in, whether wittingly or not. You and I also talked about something interesting yesterday about cultural competency versus cultural humility, right? And I was actually thinking about that today because, and it struck a chord now that just because you know something about some subject does not mean you are competent in it or understand how somebody else has experienced it, right? So I think that the idea is trying to be humble about recognizing that somebody is different in some way or comes from a different culture, but not assuming that that means I know anything about how that person is going to behave as a result. So hopefully that is at least two examples of what I think I would try and bring to the BMC.
Let me layer on, yes, very much, thank you very much. Let me layer onto that as well. Anything you can share about your experience of trauma impacted communities and what that can, I mean, there's no succinct answer on what that can look like. There's so many different ways that it can present. But just your experience and understanding of trauma.
Sure. So on a sort of direct level, as a prosecutor, I spent time with people who experienced all kinds of different trauma, right? All kinds of different levels of trauma, whether it be the trauma of having your apartment broke into, because that's a personal space violation that's significant. If it's somebody who's the victim of domestic violence coming in the next day, and the trauma that they bring with them, along with what are they looking at when they go home that afternoon, right? I've had the experience of working and speaking and spending time with people who have had loved ones killed, murdered. And so I have a sensitivity to that, and also an awareness that it's never happened to me. And so I always approach that with care and respect for what I didn't know. More sort of broadly, I've in working with the Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Committee and working with specialty courts in the district court, I've come to realize how much trauma affects so many people who come in front of the district courts and BMC, and being aware that I need to continue to educate myself on how to interact with people who are hurting or suffering from trauma, that it's not the same as speaking to this room of counselors or another lawyer or something like that.
I appreciate that very much. I'm good. Thank you so much. It's really been a pleasure getting to know you.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
First of all, I want to thank you for all the time. 4 hours, I think, but I just have to say,
Counselor, it was great.
I thought we were going to do the dishes. I want to say that you are now on the Hall of Fame for the Belgian waffle. There with Justice Hines and Justice Island, they're all there. I wish I had room literally on the wall to put them there, really, but and I hope that you can bring your children and your wife because you'll love it. You really will. So I want, before I ask you any questions, I have to read this wonderful letter from Tom Kuntz. And I'm going to read it in its entirety because he took the time and it really is thoughtful. And I hope with the lighting in here, I can read it. And he has said, I am writing to express my strong support for his nomination as a municipal judge. I've had the privilege of sending for the, boy, I'll tell you, I wonder if you have better light over the other time too over here, it's terrible. So, oh, thank you, you're so wonderful. How helpful they are. So let me say, as someone who has had the privilege of standing before the very council during my clemency process, I understand the weight of the decisions you make and the importance of selecting individuals who embody fairness, integrity, and a deep understanding of the law. Nick Brandt is one such individual. I first came to know Nick during my clemency process, where he served as a liaison between the governor's office and my attorney. Throughout the process, which is Tim, within the process, Nick demonstrated an exceptional ability to balance professionalism with genuine empathy. His role was critical in keeping us informed during what was an intense and life-altering experience. Even though his position required neutrality, Nick constantly treated my case with respect and humanity, always showing understanding for the anxiety that accompanies such a process. Now, as the Director of Violence Prevention at the Center for Teen Improvement, can you imagine how wonderful? And that's due to you and Tim. I have dedicated my career to restorative justice and supporting individuals re-entering society after incarceration. I facilitate mentoring programs, restorative justice circles, re-entry initiatives designed to address the challenges faced by emerging adults and to build safer communities. My work is deeply rooted in fostering fairness and second chances, principles that resonate with the qualities I saw in Nick. Nick's ability to navigate the complexities of my case while remaining compassionate and composed reflects the temperament required of a judge. His skill in balancing legal analysis with understanding the human impact of decisions has had a lasting impression on me. After my release, Nick and I stayed in touch, and I have gone to admire this dedication to public service and his down-to-earth nature. Having appeared before this council myself, I can say with certainty that Nick possesses the qualities to fulfill the responsibilities of a municipal judge with excellence. His intelligence, professionalism to connect with people from all walks of life make him uniquely qualified for this role. It is with great respect and confidence that I recommend Dick Brandt for this judicial nomination. I trust he will serve the Commonwealth with integrity, fairness, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Should you require additional insight into Nick's character of my experiences working with him, I would be happy to provide further information. Sincerely, Thomas Kuntz, Director of Violence Prevention, the Center for Teen Empowerment. Isn't that wonderful? So that's the letter. I will give you a copy of this.
Thank you.
But I want you to know that Tim and I had we went to an Italian restaurant in Watertown, Greg's, and we went to Christmas, and we had a picture taken of the Christmas tree, and we also had William who got commutated too. So it was really a great reunion. I've actually met with William twice, but I just want to say that this letter means you changed his life. You changed his life. So I want people to know that. So tell me, what do you see the difference for people to know in the municipal versus the district court?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor. I think that the cases that come in on a very basic level are all the same. The two courts share the same level of jurisdiction. The Boston Municipal Court, because it serves the biggest city in the Commonwealth, the most populous city in the Commonwealth, is going to be predominantly addressing the issues that affect large urban cities in 2024. So issues of violence, of gang violence, of weapons, of drugs, of all the problems that we're trying to figure out. I think that those are going to be seen in all the courts in the Commonwealth, but most concentrated in the Boston Municipal Court.
In your experience, what was what criminal case really was most rewarding that you held?
You know, this is almost going to sound silly, Councilor, but I had a case in Chelsea District Court many years ago that was a drug transaction between a defendant allegedly and an undercover police officer. And I tried that case and I felt pretty confident that I could convict somebody who had sold drugs to an undercover police officer. And the jury came back not guilty. And it was a humbling experience to, first of all, have a sense that you never know what is going to happen. And also a reminder that in the end, our justice system is about, in the case of the municipal court, 6 people making a decision about whether they believe a case is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And it doesn't matter how straightforward that seems ahead of time. If that burden's not met, which I didn't do, then a person walks away an innocent person, as they should.
So you've had different roles of responsibility. When you look at it, what kind of things that you learn from each of these roles that you're going to be bringing to the court, in the municipal court?
So I think that working backwards, I think right now in my current role as a Deputy Legal Counsel in the Administrative Office of the District Court, I've been privileged to work very closely with judges in the back of the house, so to speak, talking about decisions, working through issues. So I think that job has given me a sense of, a little bit of sense of what the day-to-day might be like as a Boston Municipal Court judge. I don't think it will really set in until I'm lucky enough to be there. But that's what I think I've gotten out of the current job. You know, the most important work I did in my legal career was the work I did in Governor Baker's office with commutations and particularly with Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Allen. And I just want to add on that I appreciate the sense that the thank you to me for doing something. It really isn't deserved. I was a facilitator, I helped, but the people who made those happen were Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Allen. It's what they did over the course of 30 years in unfathomable circumstances that made that allowed them to present petitions that were so meritorious. So I just want to, I appreciate the credit, but I want to make sure that it goes to where.
No, it's well deserved. And you know what I learned from William and Thomas, they have no bitterness. I mean, to spend 33 years of your life when it was wrong and it was wrongly sentenced. Do you believe there's racial discrimination in the court?
I believe that in the criminal justice system that there are biases that exist on race, and I think that's something that I would be aware of as a judge, as I was talking with Councilor Jacobs about, that is something that the court system is working hard to eradicate, but it has not yet.
Well, I have learned a lot in the 25 years in visiting prisons with inmates, Black inmates. And it makes me sad to think we've taken their life away from them unfairly. I mean, to sentence someone life in prison without parole, like William. He wasn't even in the room. He was in another part of the house when his friend stabbed to death the owner of the house over drugs. William didn't even know when he left the house. And he got life in prison without parole. And his friend who killed that person got 11 years. And I said to William when I met him, I said, you know, I wouldn't admit I was guilty either, because you weren't. That's the injustice of it. Because if you weren't in the room with that person, how could you be an accomplice? And why can't we change these laws? What can we do? I mean, it just goes on. And what I have tried to do is try to identify, and it's hard to identify these Black inmates wrongly sentenced, you know? And that's the thing that, you know, how do you undo it? You can't undo it, but why can't we change it? I mean, do you believe in mandatory sentencing?
I believe judges should have as much discretion as possible in sentencing. But I also believe that judges are oath bound to follow the law. So if the legislature prescribes mandatory minimum sentences, then I'd be oath bound to impose those.
See, I believe that judges should have discretion to make that decision. You know, one size doesn't fit all. And that's the thing that I've learned. And, you know, and I've learned a lot by visiting prisoners, because not all prisons are equal. I went to one, and you know, William was in prison garb. I had to be a distance from him, and all of these regulations, and the time was up. And I went to Norfolk, and Thomas was dressed in a sweater and looked nice, and nice pants and sneakers and everything, and treated differently, like a human being, you know? And what I learned from these inmates, that they're not getting the medical care, and that bothers me. There are actually people dying in the prison where William left. And I've talked to people, I have no authority, but it seems to me that I thought that it was uniform, all the rules for all the prisons, and I learned each one has their own. I didn't know that. So I'm saying, you know, I see the, you know, the injustice. That's what it is. And as I've said it many times, I don't have a crystal ball. And I can have someone sitting there and acting like Mother Teresa and be racist, and I don't know it. And I have been let down by judges for what they've done years later. And there's nothing I can do about that. So do you see there'd be any change in the system, that someone who isn't even in the room when his friend kills someone, that he's going to get life without parole? Is that always going to continue?
So I think, Councilor Devaney, that there are sometimes unfortunate consequences of the way laws are written. But I want to go back to sort of where you started, which is what I find to be the most impressive part of William Allen and Thomas Kuntz's story, is just that what exceptional people they are to have experienced and gone through all the things you've described and all the frustrations, and still who have spent their time with improving themselves and improving the lives of the people around them.
No, it was amazing what Thomas and William did with their lives. And I know at William's hearing, there were inmates who were, you know, out now and came in and said what an influence he was. He was devout Catholic. He was a Eucharistic minister giving out communion. He got all religions to come to church every day. I mean, the things that he did. But you know what? I really researched about his life. I won't go into it. He had a very sad life. And the thing that bothered me was he has pages of medical problems, and they were never met. He still has them. And so that's what I found. And I'm saying, who's looking at these prisons? Why isn't there one umbrella over them to see what's done? So do you see any possibility of change, or, you know, can the legislators change? How do we go about this?
I think, Councilor Devaney, unfortunately, that topic is really outside of my purview. I'm not certainly in the seat I sit in right now, a policy maker with authority over the executive branch. And even as a judge, I wouldn't have the kind of authority that I think you would be describing. So while I agree that the conditions in our prison are a very important thing for us to be keeping tabs on and making sure conditions are appropriate for other human beings. I don't know that I can speak about what the future reforms might look like.
Well, I just thank you because I've been asking for commutations for, 25 years and we've got very few during the years and I was hoping to continue. And I know this governor will, because when I met with her, that's the first thing I said, that's my goal. That's what we've got to do because there's a lot of injustice in our court system. So I'm just so pleased that I'm still here, that I'll be here and I will be voting for you. And hopefully at our next assembly, public assembly with the Lieutenant Governor, then I will present your name and we will vote. And so I want to thank you all and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah for my Jewish friends and my Christian friends. And it was just a pleasure. And Tim, you made my day. So, and to have your judge, I mean, that was beautiful. What you brought, you witnesses to come, I'll tell you.
I'm very lucky, Councilor.
You should be on it.
I am.
Anyway, so I'm going to conclude this hearing and I'm sorry we're all in the dark.
Thank you very much.